because we wanted a specific focus on technology in the main, ensuring that we prepare the industry for the transition to electric vehicles, but also skills development is an important focus area on its own. And supporting this master plan were two key elements. One was an institutional framework that involves the creation of an executive oversight committee chaired by the minister that meets periodically to ensure that the implementation is aligned to what the vision was. And lastly, that there should be a supportive program that enables us to achieve these objectives. And that spoke to what resulted in being the APDP2. Now, looking at some of the key indicators since implementation, the Deputy Minister has alluded to the presence of disruptors in the process, your COVID-19, the wars, and the shift to EVs. Now, looking at production volumes, we see that in the period 2014 to 2024, whilst there has been recovery since the onset of COVID-19, but we still hovering around 600,000 units in terms of production. So we haven't seen any growth as anticipated, but at least we haven't seen serious regression in that front. On local content, however, whilst the aim was to achieve 60% by 2035, about 48% last year. However, we're still around 39, 40% of local content, which means we haven't really progressed much in that front. There are many reasons for such. We can come to them when we are discussing. On the employment front, we have managed to sustain employment in the region of about 114,000, 115,000. Although there were some serious investments with more automation, but we've sustained such levels until the past 2 years, where we see the tide turning. In the recent past, we've seen a few of the companies closing, others shedding jobs due to a variety of reasons, including increasing global competition and the policies adopted in our major export markets. But still, we are maintaining employment, direct employment that is at more than 100,000 in the local assembly or production of vehicles. If we look at competitiveness in relation to, or as articulated through exports, our exports have over time been growing with showing a serious recovery from the COVID period. We're exporting more than 2/3 of what, in fact, around 2/3 of what we produce. That is a good thing for our balance of payments. However, it may also have pose a risk, especially that some of the major markets now are changing their policies. Some have indicated that in the not so distant future, they might be not allowing the kind of products coming from South Africa, that is internal combustion engines. Also looking at our exports into the continent, the exports have been kind of stable. We had hoped to develop this market, the regional market, for our own benefit, but we understand also that The competition is tough there, and for two reasons. There's competition from new growth areas in the east, but also the rest of the continent in the main still accepts the importation of used vehicles, which therefore affects the new market, the new vehicle market. On transformation, I won't go much into it. Our colleagues from the AITF will have a more updated presentation on it, but it just shows what has happened since the introduction of the AITF on value addition. The key objective was to deepen value addition across selected commodities and technologies. There hasn't been much progress, as you saw the local content numbers. However, this is still work in progress, working with the OEMs, and currently we're also exploring new areas where we want to localize EV battery production in the country. And in that respect, there's work taking place to develop a policy that supports the production of EV batteries, taking advantage of the available resources in South Africa and in the region itself. On the investment front, there has been investments with a peak in 2021. However, in the recent past, we're seeing some of those investments underperforming. Whilst some OEMs invested for high numbers of production from their plants, the increasing global competition has meant that some of them now are underutilized or operating far below capacity. But there are still investments taking place, regardless of the recent closures of companies that we have seen in the past 24 months, where about 12 to 13 companies, mainly component manufacturers, have closed down. But we are still actively looking for investors in this space. There are opportunities, but we see since 2019, almost 70 billion rand invested in the country. On the skills front, there are a number of initiatives taking place to ensure that the local workforce is appropriately skilled to sustain the industry, to provide the required skills. It is a continuous process. Highlighted here are just some of the initiatives. As the minister indicated, our partnership with the Japanese on implementing Kaizen, or quality and productivity improvement, also through the Automotive Supply Chain Competitiveness Initiative, which is a partnership between government and industry, where we're intervening on the shop floor. But also there are other processes in place to develop new qualifications and courses, mainly targeting adaptation or the ability to service the new growth area of new energy vehicles. On the governance front, whilst the initial proposal was for an EOC chaired by the minister, managed internally at the DTIC, with various work streams chaired by the private sector. Last year, we adopted a different approach where a secretariat has been formed with the assistance of the AITF to ensure that the proper follow-ups and implementation does take place in between meetings, and that work is actually done and pursued. So we hope with the new focus and the bigger role of the secretariat will ensure that into the future we can move with speed in the implementation of the various interventions that are required in this space. With the transition to electric vehicles, there was a white paper launched in the uptake of such products when they are produced in the country. There are various activities that we've done since then. Firstly, to amend the current program, the APDP2, to allow EVs to participate in the program. The white paper initially focused on full battery electric vehicles for their transitional support, but we are also including plug-in hybrid as well as range extender EVs because of their close similarity to full battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles. We have also amended the AIS guidelines to ensure that there is investment support for investments aimed at the new energy vehicles. In addition, through the National Treasury and SARS, the tax laws has been amended to provide an additional incentive of accelerated depreciation starting March this year. Also working with the DMRE and using the critical mineral strategy that has been recently approved, we are developing work around creating a battery value chain in the country. That would involve some incentives for beneficiation. It involves collaboration with the SACU member states and SADC where possible. That is work in progress, and we expect that within a few months we should have a battery manufacturing policy. On the skills development and certification, I've indicated that there are new programs that have been developed with the participation of the universities, and there's a pilot involving 100 students that is being rolled out this year. However, also the stakeholders represented here have got their own initiatives around skills development, especially ensuring that the mechanics, any other people who work with these new energy vehicles are appropriately trained for such products. The industry, as indicated, has been facing a lot of challenges recently. One key one would be the stagnant localization, as evident in the local content percentages, which has been stagnant around 39–40% for more than a decade now. And it is far below what was expected in the master plan, which was 48% by last year. And this limited localization also constrains employment creation, constrains supplier competitiveness because the volumes are quite low, and therefore economies of scale hard to come by, and also affects the long-term sector resilience. Secondly, we've seen our market in South Africa being serviced in the main by imports. It means, therefore, that most of what we produce is not consumed locally. And we are serviced by imports in the main, coming from the East, bulk of it, India and China, where they send not only entry-level vehicles, but also vehicles that compete with what we produce here. They compete on price and technologies, and it is something that is affecting the industry. It is a picture that we might want to change in order to sustain the domestic industry. Thirdly, in our major export markets like the EU, There are policy changes which might affect production locally. We know about the USA tariffs on South Africa that have affected the industry, especially a couple of OEMs and component manufacturers that were exporting directly to the US. And also the rise of China as a competitive producer is not only, doesn't only provide competition in the local market, but also globally. Our OEMs are losing market in where they used to be major players to products coming from areas such as China. Now, what work is underway currently as part of mitigating the effects of such challenges? We are reviewing the automotive policy. Yes, this process has been a bit slow to come by, hence currently we're taking a multi-pronged approach to it. Whilst there will be the overall comprehensive review, we're taking certain elements in parallel to look into. We're looking specifically on how we can turn the tide on localization. There are a number of proposals that have come from industry and other players on how we can do that. We're finalizing a proposal for the consideration of our ministers in this regard. We should be having a final proposal before the end of February on how we can turn the tide on localization. Some of the elements would be quick elements to implement, others might need some time for implementation. And these would cover a variety of issues, including the tariff, including some elements of the structure of the program itself, so that it does encourage increasing localization. And lastly, we're also looking on the tax side of things. There are also ideas around how we can use that instrument to support localization, from trying to deal with the ad valorem tax, reviewing its formula, and perhaps having a better utilization thereof in a manner that supports local production. On the EV white paper, implementation is ongoing. As I said, some of the elements to support local production should be coming online from March this year. Some of the elements in the EV white paper are still under development for implementation, but also we are revisiting it to the extent, as I indicated, to include hybrids that were not initially included, that is your plug-in hybrids and REVs. That is an ongoing work. On the localization of EV battery manufacturing, we are developing, as indicated, a battery manufacturing policy. We hope to have a proposal ready by the end of March. There's been a slight delay, not February anymore, but March. That can be considered for approval and implementation. On the transformation front, there is progress, as indicated by the level of compliance by the OEMs. And on the component manufacturing side, we are still pursuing an EIP for first-tier component suppliers that are multinationals. But recently also, there was a creation of a transformation fund to allow them to contribute to, so as to be able to participate in the APDP. The competitiveness initiatives are continuing. Working with the Japanese, we are working at institutionalizing in South Africa the Kaizen initiative, also closely working with ASCII. With that, I thank you.
Honorable Chair, that's the presentation by the DTIC, and I've saved you 54 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister and Mr. Mlota. Are you saying that we're having no presentations from any of the agencies, any of the? No.
No, but they can answer any question posed to them.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we will move on to questions. Honourable members, can I have hands up for requests for questions, both on the online platform and physically present? Do we have any questions from the online platform? Mr. Langer?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you, the honorable members, and all the entities present here. Chairman, maybe it's not a question, it's just a concern. You know, normally we'll get presentations maybe 2-3 days prior to the sitting, you know, and it was unfortunate that the department's presentation, you only received it, I think, midday yesterday. And it was a traveling day for most of us then, which translates to us having not seen then the document. And then it becomes a challenge then to interrogate something that you haven't perused. You know, so now, Chair, my concern is maybe if we can find out maybe from the department, because we got 4 presentations prior, I think it was on a Saturday. Then they said other presentations are to follow. Then which was the departments, I think, and the automotive industry one. Those were the 2 ones missing that came in yesterday. So I just need to check, Chair, if it was on the department side in terms of the late submission, or maybe it was our support staff, because this issue needs to be addressed, because the whole reason we come to these meetings, you know, it's to interrogate these reports, you know, and if now we come here and we haven't received the reports in time, you know, we are not doing justice to our work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Tambo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's now Tambo here from the EFF, and greetings to the department and to all stakeholders. I reiterate the sentiments of the Honorable Langer. It's a bit unfortunate. I've got two questions for the department. So when you speak about risks, you speak about how the United States is South Africa's 3rd largest automotive export destination. And you speak about the concerns and fears around how the current hostilities and the threat of AGOA not being renewed pose a risk to this market. So you speak about the United States of America's trade role or trade relationship with South Africa as something that we must be concerned about in terms of losing it, and how it continues to maintain to be a threat to our export position. Then when you speak about the United States of America and India's relationship or its impact on our localization strategies or our local production of high-tech competitive vehicles in the export market, it's more of a threat than something of a relationship that can be mended or fixed or pursued in the same vein or same attitude that you speak about the United States of America. I'm curious as to why. Because when we get the position in the way that it is now, the only logical conclusion to make is that we need to impose stricter regulations on the imports of vehicles or goods or things of this nature from India and from China. Any logical person reading the presentation as it is would reach that logical conclusion that there's a threat of our market being flooded by products from India and China, and we need to deal with that threat. And it does not seem to be in the same reconciliatory attitude or approach as we think we should approach the United States of America. So the United States of America is presented here as an export destination and export position that we need to protect, while India and China are presented as import dumpers, for lack of a better word. I'm just curious as to what is the thinking? How do we resolve, or what, you've said you've led an internal review process on localization as the department. I'm curious as to your insights on how do we resolve the dilemma that you seek to present as one that is posed by China and India here? And can we get more insight on this review that's focusing on localization? Because the statistics that you're giving us from 2014 to 2024, if I'm not mistaken, are a cause for concern. It's a stagnation, and I'm glad that you're able to characterize it as that you're frank with us, that there's been a stagnation. You're saying you have led a review. What is the status of that review now? What are the key insights you've made? And particularly, what interventions are you seeking to approach as it relates to India and China, but also as it relates to the USA's current hostilities towards us, which I want to state to you categorically because there's an aspiration that we are all going to weather the storm to the end of Donald Trump's term. I don't think the end of Donald Trump's term is going to change the hostilities and relations with us in the United States of America. Because for those of us with any interest in international relations, South Africa maintains good relationships with nations such as Iran, nations such as Palestine. We've taken Israel to the International Court of Justice. And if the Honorable Koshimbi is as principled as I think of him to be, we're not going to abandon those positions at the exchange of trade. So, what optimism do we have that the relationship with the US can be salvaged? And if it cannot be, what are the contingencies the department is working on? And who are the alternative markets that we're going to prioritize to replace the United States of America as this third largest export market? If we lose them, or if we continue to have stringent measures such as these tariffs due to the international relations space right now, which I do not foresee will change, whether Trump is in office or not, what contingencies do we have in place other than labeling India and China, which could be possibly our greatest allies in trade, as people who are dumping in our market and undermining local industry? Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Katsi, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the presentation of the department, I would just like to ask the department, based on the risk outlined in the presentation, what is there that is in place, or what measures are there to ensure that we balance the issue of imports as to exports, so that we balance the issue of having our people losing their jobs in the companies that are increasing in terms of going down with regard to the issue of imports. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions from the online platform? No. So I have a question or two myself. First question really is the impact of the increased imports of reduced priced vehicles on the total value chain. Because we're talking obviously mostly about manufacturing at the moment. But if we look at the total value chain of the auto industry, we have the aftermarket, we have the sales, we have a whole value chain which employs a lot more than just the manufacturing sector. So I'd like to know what work has been done by the department on the comparative economic benefits of better priced cars for consumers in this country, cheaper cars that make it easier for them to become mobile, and the impact that that has on the long-term value chain, the aftermarket and so on, compared to the competition that it creates for the incumbent manufacturers. That's the first question. The second question is, what efforts are being made by the department to encourage these importers to set up manufacturing plants in South Africa so that we can then become an exporter of those vehicles into Africa and into other markets? And then the battery question has been long on the agenda in this country, but it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Now it was February, now it's going to be March. So what is the realistic prospect of South Africa becoming a globally competitive manufacturer of batteries. And this phrase of being globally competitive is thrown about quite loosely, and it has been for a long time, certainly as part of this Motor Industry Development Program. But what are India and China doing to become globally competitive that South Africa hasn't yet been able to do? And what are the lessons that we can learn from them and other manufacturers of cars that are importing or exporting successfully? And what is it that we need to be doing more successfully? You talk about the Kaizen program, productivity, the lessons from Japan and elsewhere. But it seems that the challenges are almost like the headlights in the face of a deer. We're being certainly blinded by the challenges, but I'm not sure that we're really coming up with solutions yet. The graphs that we've seen are historical graphs. There's no indication of the graphs into the future. So what is the prospect of achieving any of those targets in terms of localization, exports, employment, and so on? Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. May I start off with what Honorable Aguirre raised? Apologies for that delay. I will just check with the department whether the fault was on our side or it was with the parliamentary side. But you are correct, you should have received the presentation much earlier so that you could better prepare. That one I apologize for, and we will do our best to sort it out. Honorable Tambo, there are two things playing out. The language of dumping, it's the WTO language of particular trade behavior. I know you are thinking about it in the political tone that it leaves. If you say someone is engaged in dumping behavior, it sounds as though you are making a value judgment politically. That's not it. If you pay attention to the other elements of the presentation, for instance, there's where the department makes the point that we are currently engaged with Chinese auto firms to try to get them to set up shop in South Africa. You can't do that in a hostile setting. So we work very well with the Chinese government and Chinese auto manufacturers. We are trying to make the case that many of them must come to South Africa to set up shop. It is the same with the ones from India. So we don't have a negative attitude towards them. But part of what you do in our relationship with broadly the BRICS bloc of countries is that most of us are middle-income countries. Our economic profiles are pretty much the same. We are all trying to claim almost a similar share of the global export markets, which means sometimes we will be competing directly with each other. And that creates a little bit of tension, not conflict as such, but almost say, okay, but how much volumes must be? So if you say to India, come and build your firms in South Africa, they say to you, sure, we could do that, but we're also trying to solve for particular development challenges in India. So from a volumes point of view, might not be willing to come at the scale at which you want us to come. Doesn't make for conflict or almost animosity, but it's just friction that you have to work through in that context. I don't know if you noticed now, there was a discussion between Chery and Nissan that took some time about what happens when Nissan stops producing in South Africa in the plant in Roslyn. So Chery wants to come in. We have similar discussions with many other firms. I just won't mention them as yet, DTG, because some of them are still in the early stages of negotiation. In a very significant way, we want to see an increased footprint of auto companies from China and India running domestic manufacturing capacity in South Africa. That is what we want. So we will never be negative towards them on that front. The US question, you are correct when you say the restructuring of the United States foreign policy and its attitude towards the restructuring of global markets is not something that is about to disappear. The idea that wait for 2028 and suddenly everything goes back to what it was, that's a naive proposition. We don't hold on to that position. There might be stylistic differences in how a different administration projects that policy, but at a strategic level, it will pretty much remain the same. So we are working to de-risk South Africa's dependence on not just that market, but all our traditional markets, and to explore alternative markets as much as possible. We've presented here our butterfly strategy before, which is essentially about that, optimizing African markets, expanding our footprint to the ASEAN region, and including maintaining our footprint in the European market. And I think what the presentation was raising was the biggest risk in that regard is the EU's insistence that we have to transition away from the internal combustion engine. And that is why we have to move with speed on the EV part of things. We speak about the risks on the US front because it is an existing market now. If you lose that completely now, you are going to have to scale down a great deal on your current existing production capacity. It's an objective reality. You are going to lose jobs, you're going to lose a lot of revenue, and. So in part, you have to, even if you say realistically, their strategy is not going to change, but you don't throw your hands up in exasperation or say to them, walk and I will walk. You negotiate a process of rethinking the relationship as much as you can, as you are restructuring your own dynamics in South Africa now, so that you don't have a disruptive shock in how your economy functions. And that has been the effect of the tariffs and the threats of the ending of AGOA. We know that from the AGOA front, we are likely going to receive a 1-year extension. We know that there's a great risk that any other longer version of AGOA might actually exclude South Africa. But we still have to negotiate that South Africa must be retained within. Why? If we are retained within AGOA, it makes our life a little bit easier. But it doesn't mean we are not doing scenario planning for an eventuality where we are excluded from AGOA. So it's almost like it's a 2-track process. You nurse what you have whilst preparing for any eventuality on the other side. That's what the presentation essentially tries to do. So when it speaks about India and China, it speaks about them as strategic partners, but whose production patterns do pose a competitive threat to the South African auto sector. If you think about, for instance, the entry-level car market, when you and I were growing up, the VW Polo was almost the first thing that anybody bought when they got a job. Almost everyone, even previously the Golf 1 and so on, those were your entry-level vehicles that you were certain if someone gets an employment letter, they go get that one. And it made sense because it was produced in Uitenhage, where you come from. We knew this thing. This thing comes from here in Uitenhage. But if you drive now across any highway, many of the entry-level cars, you don't know their names as well, because they are new, they are entering the market from outside. That's the threat that you are dealing with. You have to say, okay, if that capacity that used to be the entry-level market in South Africa is gone, and these ones are coming from outside, it's a threat to that capacity that you have. The idea is not to say, don't come to South Africa. The idea is to say, why are you not manufacturing them in South Africa, therefore, if there's this growing market? So that's the kind of relationship we have with China and India. And China did extend recently I don't know what it's called. It's almost like a free trade deal to 53 African countries. And as the DTIC, as part of our bargain with them on the South African front, is to increase on this question, including what Honorable Chance is raising about our EV capabilities. The truth of the matter is, if we are going to be competitive in the EV market, we have to forge partnerships with those who are ahead of the curve. That includes getting as many of them to come and set up their battery manufacturing capabilities in South Africa and create those local value chains so that we can learn by doing and doing together with them. Honorable Chance, when can we start being globally competitive? I will disappoint you to say I can't give you a hard date. It's a different thing. What we have as a premise of advantage is the fact that most of the minerals that go into these technologies, they are sourced from Africa and South Africa in part. So out of that, we are trying to leverage that natural advantage to bargain for many of these folks to set up their capabilities in South Africa. I can't give you a hard and fast date now, but it's work in progress. The impact of the aftermarket question that you're raising, Honorable Chance. In the presentation, we do make reference to, in fact, my opening remarks. I did make the point, Honorable Chair, that there are a lot of efforts that are currently underway to overhaul and adapt the automotive policy for stabilization and future growth, including reevaluating the tariff levels. That's one part. But the second part is to review a great deal of other tax matters. That's where your interest is at. There's a discussion we're having with the National Treasury on the tax regime on that affects the pricing of cars, including in the aftermarket. When you work with the National Treasury, it's a very, very painstaking process to make your case, especially if your suggestion is to the effect that they must collect less than what they are used to collecting. It's a very difficult thing, but it's work that we are engaged in. The efforts to encourage. Yes, I think I've made that point, Honorable Chance, that some of the Chinese firms have already, in principle, agreed to set up shop in South Africa. But it's not a hi, China, come in, and China says, yes, I'm coming. They push a bargain as well. What are the conditions of us coming in? Are we going to get this rebate, this, that, and the other? And that's the kind of work that we're doing, including a question they ask about, does the South African market have the capacity to absorb annual volumes that can justify us building a plant in South Africa? So what we've done in that regard is to say, okay, think about South Africa plus the AFCFTA. So that if the numbers don't work out in South Africa, you think about leveraging the AFCFTA to have an expanded market into the continent. But that conversation is not exclusively for the Chinese. We're having the same conversation with our traditional auto manufacturers in South Africa. We ideally want a scenario where we add more OEMs to the 7+ that we have, as opposed to having anyone exiting. We don't want VW, BMW, and anybody to leave. We want to build a capability where South Africa becomes a strategic manufacturing hub for exports into the continent and the rest of the world. I should say, and I'm thinking a lot about how to phrase this, Honorable Tambo. The US question is not just a South Africa problem. As the US pursues its foreign policy as it does, it runs the risk of decoupling itself from many of its traditional market partners. And that's an opportunity for us as well. Think about it like this. If Canada starts to limit its dependence on the US auto sector, they must answer the question, who are they going to source from? And our intention is to present South Africa as one of those. So there's a lot of work that we are doing. It's just that because it's negotiation, sometimes you want to be careful not to shout before you get out of the forest, because then someone hears you screaming and starts saying, hang on, so this is what they're doing, let's change course as well. So there's a lot of work, including the difficulties that they are having with the European Union. So when you hear them, Denmark, Greenland, other people think it's funny, it's political. It has implications for their trade relationship as well. And as we do renegotiate our terms of engagement with the EU, we are also paying attention to their own search for alternative markets. And South Africa can become one of those. So that's the sort of work that we are doing. Honorable Musegat, so you are saying, how do we balance imports and exports for jobs? So that's part of the issue I was trying to explain when Honorable Tambo was asking about the dumping question. So dumping is about pricing, really. The idea that someone is selling into your country below production costs. And the reason they do it is that they could internalize those costs for a period as long as they can destroy your capacity to compete with them at home. And that's where we lose jobs in South Africa. So even our own friends, we talk to them being very wary about the impact of their trade policies on our domestic manufacturing for jobs. That's the kind of thing that we are doing. So we will have no choice, Honorable Tam, but to impose anti-dumping duties, including against our own allies. And it's not an affront on the relationship as such, but is to tactically defend your employment capability in South Africa and the capacity of your industry to weather the storms. And the storms being the general disruption of the auto sector global, until we're in a position to produce competitively in the new energy vehicles and maintain a degree of our internal combustion engine, but demonstrate that the auto sector in South Africa is evolving towards the market of the future. I hope I've covered all the ones that I could, but the team will add if there's any gap in my response. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Minister. Any other comments from the department or any of the agencies? Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add on a few things that we are working on regarding the policy instruments to support the industry. We support local manufacturing because of economic reasons. And the importation of fully built cars, it's worrisome for us because of the impacts in the economy in terms of jobs, in terms of local manufacturing, and also, the impacts on the revenue, both upstream and downstream. So it's important that we protect the industry. One of the things that we are doing is to look at the tariffs, which we are working with ITEC on whether the tariffs will then assist the industry. The other issue which we are currently doing studies on is on the ad valorem tax, which is a luxury exercise duty on the new motor vehicles. When we are ready, I think we will then inform our principals on the choices to be made, and also approaching the National Treasury, because that's a tax issue. But I must indicate that there will be positive and negative impacts in the industry. What we see where we are bleeding, it's on the issue that we are raising, the better price entry-level vehicles, all right, and also on the luxury ones. Now, if we then remove, for instance, the ad valorem tax, what will be the impact if we don't intervene on the downstream side? Something that we are currently dealing with. That is the elasticity of demand issue that we have to deal with. Those who can afford, I don't think it's important to still intervene, but the main issue is on the entry level, where you have youngsters buying cars. So the issue of affordability must be dealt with as well. The other issue is the DM. It's right. We are dealing with other OEMs. We want to expand local manufacturers in the country. But again, I think in resolving some of the challenges in the industry, we also have to look on the consumption side, demand side, and some of the instruments are outside the DTIC. The issue of fleet management and the number of years in which cars remain in the system, they also have an impact on the manufacturing and the buying of new vehicles. So we have to engage the Department of Transport on that. So I would also like to give my colleague Ayabonga to answer more on the battery manufacturing and the experiences in China and India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just briefly to pick up before I come to the battery issue on the point being made on the tariffs. I do want to bring to the attention of the members that there is, within our concessions in the WTO, some policy space to maneuver on the MFN tariffs. So that's the general tariff. For completely built up passenger vehicles, the bound rates they are at 50%. Our duties at the moment are at around 25%. On components, you've got some room to maneuver depending on what the origin market is, of anywhere between 10 and 12%. And that is a discussion we are having with the department and the industry regarding whether or not we may wish to make amendments to the tariff schedule. But that is complicated somewhat by the functioning and the design of the duty credit framework. If we look at the complications in our duty pool at the moment, many of the manufacturers in this room have excess credits, some of which are being unsold at a slight discount, one would imagine, to many of the importers that are bringing in the vehicles that are up for our discussion today. And so when the presentation speaks to some of the tax elements, that's one of the elements that is under consideration in this internally led review. Then maybe just on the battery and it's linked to the electric vehicles. Members would be aware towards the end of May last year, the Commission gazetted a review of the standard materials. Now, these are the raw materials and commodities that go into battery precursor material. That is a first stage in making battery components and battery packs. And we've finalized that process now over the last week or so and have sent our recommendation to the department. And there are some proposals contained therein that are likely to amend, if they are accepted, how it is that we treat some of the raw materials, Honorable Chance, that are available within SACU and within SADC that are crucial to battery-grade precursor material that is used in making batteries. And I think that that's another key opportunity that would improve our value proposition as a destination market for the assembly and manufacture of new energy vehicles. Maybe just a last point, Honorable Chance, on your question of what lessons are we learning from China and Japan. I think it's interesting, and the presentation touches on this, that if one looks at that taxation laws amendment bill process that the Treasury announced towards the end of last year, there's a proposal therein that is speaking about 150% capital depreciation allowance for those who wish to assemble and manufacture batteries in South Africa. Now, if there's any lesson, certainly in my cursory reading from the Chinese and Japanese experience, it is that. If one looks at the submissions that the Chinese make insofar as their subsidies for electric vehicles to the WTO process, there is extensive use there of capital depreciation allowances as a mechanism of a tax nature to incentivize certain activities in the new energy vehicle space, and in particular into the battery space. And I think that South Africa, between 2026 and 2036, in introducing or looking to introduce that capital depreciation allowance, which will come to you as lawmakers. I think that that is one of the examples wherein we are taking lessons and beginning to put in place the scaffolding of tax measures that would attract some of these investments. And then lastly, on the 19th of December last year, the Treasury and the Receiver of Revenue announced the amendments to the accompanying schedules of the Customs and Excise Act in order to incorporate electric vehicles and those who have tooled up to manufacture and assemble electric vehicles. And that would then allow us to begin to process some of those claims. So there is some progress being made insofar as giving effect to some of the elements of the EV white paper. And I think that that 19 December announcement and the capital depreciation allowances and, of course, the imminent amendment to standard materials might create a series or a package of measures that could incentivize, or we believe will begin to incentivize, the onshoring of some of this manufacturing and assembly capability. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, that's our story for now, Honorable Chance. I just forgot one point that was raised by Honorable Tambo. Our foreign policy remains our foreign policy, and it's what it has been. It will be as it is. regardless of the other work that we are engaged in. So I thought on the record, I must make that point, but thank you.
If I may, I just want to make another observation, and that is that one of the themes of this committee has been the relationship between the DTIC and the Treasury in terms of its attitude towards tax and incentives. And the conservatism of Treasury is often an obstacle, as perceived by yourselves, to looking at reformed industrial policy. I'd like to get your comments on that. And Seth, before you do comment, in other words, the short-term pain for the long-term gain is the issue that this committee is dealing with, not just in this sector, but across many sectors. And I was having a conversation with one of the the CEOs of one of the special economic zones recently, who was expressing the frustration that we heard as a committee when we went to the SEZs last year, that there is an intransigence amongst your colleagues in Treasury because of their focus and intent on fiscal discipline, which is understandable. And we see the positive signs in terms of the macroeconomic indicators, but there are trade-offs. And I'd just like to get your comment on that as regards this industry and more broadly within the manufacturing sector.
Honorable Chair, you are setting me up, but I will take the bait because you know my views on this, and they are as you are explaining them. And it's been like this for a very long time. Those of us who are responsible for industrial policy, we have a different theory of fiscal discipline than the ones who are managing. I usually joke with Minister of Finance and say the problem with the National Treasury is that it behaves as if it's accountants who are worried about balancing the books now, when we are worried about balancing the country books in the context of the long term. So you are correct on that. I'm not sure whether to call it intransigence, but I know the General Secretary of NUMSA agrees with that view. Yes. And I wanted to say that's what he taught me when I was younger. So if I say it's his fault, they are conservative to the extent that they struggle to reconcile the long-term growth path of the country and therefore the long-term revenue part of the country with their current concerns. That's where the tension comes. Let me just give you a case in point. If you ask me, if the auto sector says to us, or if the SEZ say, look, we are running a risk of losing capacity, what do you do? The first thing I would say is, let's try to discount as much as possible the production costs of these firms in order to make it saleable for them to stay. And if I look at the variables of that cost structure, I could easily say, I'm going to give them a tax holiday for 5 years, for instance, as long as it retains capacity, it makes them competitive, and their pricing is sustainable. But if I say that, I would invariably be saying the National Treasury and SARS must forego a number of billions of rands, and they will come to me and say, how do I fund education? And then that's where in this course they say, that's where the calf goes to die. I have to make the industrial policy point and still answer for the social spending issue at the same time. It becomes a dizzy thing. In my other life, which I'm not going to mention here, I had to jump through those hoops with the Honorable Tambos and the others when we were dealing with the budget last year, where at some point I had to explain to leaders of Treasury their own budget. That's the kind of tension that we sit with. You try to say, defend industrial output, subsidize industrial activity as much as you can for growth to take off, but then they ask you questions about, in the here and now, I need to give the Department of Health money, I need to give social development, what do I do? And that's where the discussion just peters out. So it's true. But I should say we've not given up. We keep on talking to them. And there's movement, there's progress between where the National Treasury was a decade ago and where they are now, there's been some notable progress. And I do believe that in the budget of this year, maybe the minister will signal some movement on some areas that we're asking for from the industrial policy point of view. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, DM. Any further questions? Any follow-up questions from members? Okay, so we have gained a bit of time. It's now 11:15. So I'm going to ask if NAMSA would be prepared to step in now and give us their presentation. They are scheduled to have 25 minutes, so that's fine. We can start tea a little bit later. So if NAMSA would be able to present to us, please. Thank you.
Get this on. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, also fellow members of the auto industry here, and of course our partners. in
Sorry,
government.
excuse me. We're just setting up something here. What are we setting up? Oh, the screen. Okay. All right. If you could just wait a couple of minutes while we.
Sure. That's
We're trying to get the presentation for everybody.
and should use a laptop. You can see them. You mean you go and snap out the slides for us? We did it for the DTIC.
Okay, looks like we're ready. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. Being a newbie here, how do we steer the slides? Do we ask someone to click or? Okay, perfect. So let me start again. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, the colleagues here from the auto industry, as well as, of course, our partners in government, DTIC, the other agencies, NUMSA, and of course, members of the press. Honorable Chair, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share NAMSA's insights on the South African Automotive Master Plan 2035 and the Automotive Production Development Program Phase 2. My name is Peter van Binsbergen. I'm the NAMSA President as well as CEO of BMW South Africa. And I have with me 4 other CEOs of manufacturing OEMs here in South Africa. We have Neil Hill from Ford, Andrew Kirby from Toyota, Martina Biener from Volkswagen, and Billy Tom from Isuzu. I'll be sharing the presentation with our Chief Policy Officer from NAMSA, Chetle Leteko, and Andrew Kirby will also take part in the presentation as he chairs the Manufacturers Caucus at NAMSA. So NAMSA represents the auto industry here in South Africa, and was the previous chart, please, with the many brands on it. If you can go back 2 charts. The entire auto industry here in South Africa is represented by NAMSA with 56 brands here in South Africa, ranging from passenger vehicles to medium and heavy commercial vehicles. So it's still 2 charts back, please. It is notable, though, that only 7 of the manufacturers here in South Africa, of the brands here in South Africa, actually manufacture, proper manufacturing, together with our partners in the component supply industry here in South Africa, and the rest are actually either fully imported or SKD manufacture. Nonetheless, 33,000 people are employed directly in the industry, and if you take the lever and multiplier effect, we estimate from component supplier through to retail, around 500,000 people have their jobs here in South Africa because of the motor industry. There are a number of associate members as well who guide the industry and support the industry, such as banks and so on, who also form part of NAMSA. So we really look at the ecosystem as a whole. Now, the auto industry is a valuable contributor to South Africa's economy, and that's what you see on the chart right above you. It's 5.2% of the GDP in South Africa comes from the auto industry, with 3.2% from manufacturing and 2% from retail. We're also very strong in the manufacturing sector here in South Africa, being 22.6% of the manufacturing value added in the country. And through our exports, we're estimating close to 270 billion in exports, which is around 14.7% of South Africa's export. Now, we export to 155 countries worldwide, so you can say we have diversified our markets, being able to react to global movements. And in order to be able to produce like this, of course, we have constant investment in South Africa in plant and equipment together with the component manufacturers. In 2024, we see the figure here of around 10.25 billion invested here in South Africa. So a very healthy contribution is made by the auto industry to the South African economy. However, it's already been pointed out, we are very dependent on exports. And I think the next chart shows two very key messages. Firstly, we're very dependent on our government's negotiations with other countries and in creating trade agreements. For example, the Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU and the UK has been very successful. You see it at the top of that chart. It's our largest export market with about 80% of exports. So 4 out of 5 cars exported go to either the UK or to Europe. And it's very important that we have these agreements and that we have stability in these trade agreements for our exports. The other thing you see here is the effect of the Section 232 duties of 25% from the Trump administration. It immediately caused exports to the USA of vehicles and components to stop. And that's obviously had a major effect on some of our manufacturers here in South Africa, some affected more than others. You can see we've tried to pivot to other markets to compensate for that. That's why you see the green numbers and growth in other markets. However, I want to stress USA remains an important market for our industry, both for component export and vehicle export. And we need to continue to work on finding an agreement with the USA for the long term. Now, next chart, please. As we've heard, the Automotive Master Plan targets that were set are far from being realized by the industry. I think the DTIC pointed it out correctly, and we are not in disagreement. You just see in the middle of the chart, we're only at 0.65% of worldwide production. The target is to get to 1%. That's going much too slow. So you could ask, what are the reasons for that? You could say, why don't you export even more? But I think we already have a very unhealthy reliance on exports, making us very vulnerable to the whims of the Donald Trumps of this world. So the real answer is the South African car market, the domestic car market, needs to grow more. The plan in the master plan was for more growth in the South African car market, and it needs to have a much higher share of locally produced vehicles on the market. In fact, what we're seeing is that the 2025 numbers drops down to around 30%. So 1 in 3 cars sold in South Africa is produced locally. It used to be more like 2 in 3 cars, and it needs to be at a higher number. And the answer to that really is South Africa has to become a more attractive production destination. As the Deputy Minister said, we need to attract more of the currently importing brands to come and produce cars in South Africa, to bring their component manufacturers to South Africa, to create jobs, and thereby to increase the local footprint of the local market of vehicles produced here. And I think what the avenues you've mentioned, the African Free Trade Agreement and so on, are very good arguments to attract more manufacturers to South Africa. In the end, it gives us the opportunities to grow, and with growth comes job creation. With growth comes opportunities for transformation, and I think the auto industry is very strong behind the transformation objective. On the next chart, you see where we stand today, and I'd like to point out that compliance for the OEMs in South Africa would be level 4 of the BEE code. As you can see top right, at the moment, 2 of the manufacturers are level 1, 3 are level 2, and 2 are at level 3. So I can say all 7 OEMs have gone beyond compliance, and we truly stand behind transformation and want to work together to achieve the objectives here in South Africa. Final chart from me before I hand to Chetleteko. Next chart, please. In our musings here at NAMSA, we're not just looking inwards in South Africa and at each other. We're actually looking at the international footprint, being a member of OICA, which is the biggest automotive committee worldwide internationally, to learn from other markets. And all I can say is we need to avoid the mistake of Australia, which no longer has a production industry in its country. So that's it from me. If I now could hand over to Chetle to weigh in on Psalm 2035 and APDP, followed by Andrew Kirby. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, and again, good morning, Chair and members. Honourable members, I think we're reflecting on this particular slide, one, as industry, to celebrate that there is a symbiosis between government and industry, and that one of the virtues of this arrangement is that we have a WTO-approved mechanism to incentivize production in the country, and that APDP through VALA and PI is able to achieve it without necessarily faulting WTO arrangements. So we have a rule-based mechanism that's able to ensure that we have a production-first system, and the size of the rebates are determined by how many cars we're able to produce. It's measured, and it's an accurate reflection of performance. And if that is to be accounted for, you'd realize that the size of rebates that we are creating, the size of PRCs that we are able to trade from the rebate system itself, all find their existence from how well we produce. And so because of having a production-led and output-based mechanism, this WTO compliance means that this industry is able to thrive, and we're able to make tweaks at a very micro level and it's the stability of the auto industry in the country. And this is worth reflecting on when we start to discuss how government is supporting this industry to thrive into the future. In the next slide, what we're trying to reflect on as well is that in the interpretation of the 6 pillars, we should view them as 2 parts. One is how well do we support the demand for locally produced vehicles? And to support that demand for locally produced vehicles, the 2 pillars that are able to drive that is local market optimization, which is how well we sell cars that we produce local to the local consumer. And the second one is how well are we able to produce cars to markets that are adjacent to us rather than markets that are so far off. I mean, our biggest market, as Peter had indicated earlier, is the UK and the EU, and that's 80% of where we're selling our produce. But if we were doing this type of export to adjacent markets like, say Southern Africa and the rest of the continent, they would actually create a far better buffer when intentional winds and geopolitical issues begin to blow. And so once we create demand for our vehicles, all other pillars would follow. Localization will naturally follow, because then volumes would be driven by demand. And so sometimes whilst localization could drive stability, and I think another thing is it does drive stability in the supply chain and competitiveness, because we speak of volumes, but demand creates that flow. And so the way to appreciate the pillars, and this is why this slide is there, is to also think about it as once we secure demand, the supply side pillars would naturally fall into play, and we will be able to achieve efficiencies in that one regard. So there are several targets that are also on this particular slide without reflecting on any of those particular targets. I would then allow Andrew to then reflect on our performance as industry against those particular targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sekle. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So just following on the 2 initial presentations, we thought, given the time constraints, that we would summarize the key challenges just into 4 key pillars that would require short-term interventions. Basically, as mentioned, the most important enabling pillar of the master plan is to grow and develop our own South African market. Provides us a base of stability, resilience, so that we can increase local content, we create the scale to have viable local content investments, and encourage local manufacturing of vehicles. Of course, the second one is the Africa region. We've left it off for the moment, considering that there is very good progress in the rest of Africa, and this is obviously an area that we need to continue to support. The second key pillar that we feel needs to be addressed is the import substitution. I think this has been well articulated by the Deputy Minister, by the Chief Director for the automotive sector and the DTIC, and I think is well understood, and we need to think about how to do that in a way that creates some improvement in the balance. The third one is our overall production volumes. Of course, this is, as Peter van Binsbergen has mentioned, the biggest economic driver for South Africa, and we need to find a way of strengthening that, because the outlook is not looking too good. And the last one, as been articulated earlier, is our transition to new energy vehicles. So just to talk very briefly on the first pillar about the South African market, of course, we know, if we can move to the next two slides, the economic environment that we're in. I won't dwell on this too much, but if we consider the forecast for the master plan and where we are now, they are worlds apart. We had anticipated that the South African market would be much larger, but obviously given the GDP growth, unemployment, consumer confidence, we've had a fairly pedestrian size of the local industry, but we believe this can be addressed, and it has been mentioned a little bit earlier as well.
Mr. Kirby, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you maybe just bring the mic a little closer to you?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Chair. If we then move to the next slide, I just want to reflect a little bit on where we are from a production point of view versus the targets that were set in the master plan. And one can see that we're fairly close to achieving what we had forecast in terms of export volumes. The big gap is to be able to produce vehicles that are sold in South Africa, so for domestic consumption. And that obviously means that as a combined total, our production volumes are far away from what we had anticipated in the master plan. If we can move to the next slide. I'm very pleased that the department has mentioned earlier the fact that the ad valorem tax is one of the elements that should be rethought. It was introduced earlier in 1995. The initial intention was it was a luxury tax on a very high price vehicle. This has not moved with inflation or price increases. So what we have now
We should be able to get through NACAM, RMI, and the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund before our lunch break. So, Mr. Muthihlal, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. Greetings to the honourable members present, deputy ministers, senior officials, and colleagues from the sector. My name is Rene Muthihlal. I head up NACAM, which is the Auto Component Manufacturers Association in South Africa. And joining me today is Ndu Hala, our COO, our head of policy, Beth Deltre, and board president, Ugo Frigerio. In a slide, I think as an industry body, we represent more than 150 manufacturing members who are predominantly the bulk of the manufacturing value chain here in South Africa, typically servicing the local OEM plants and a wide variety of export markets and the global independent replacement and aftermarket. Chair, I've compiled a fairly detailed slide pack, and I won't go through all of them in detail, but this is effectively what we expect to cover, focusing predominantly on the component sector as a driver of value addition, some feedback on where we think opportunities lie and what can be extracted out of our sector, and to focus particularly on what other colleagues have already alluded to earlier in presentations, and that is, how has the APDP and the SAR master plan played out in our sector, and what are some of the tweaks that we could look to better leverage outcomes? If anything, this particular slide is by far the most illustrative. I think both DTIC and NAMSA colleagues have alluded to the fact that it's unlikely we will reach any of the master plan KPIs. Our view as NACAM is that I think not just unlikely, it's not going to happen. If you look at where we are as a sector relative to base years and on key metrics, none of them have significantly moved. And I think our biggest concern is, of course, local content is stagnant. It's moved no higher than 3% over an effective 10-year period. And as you can see, impact on employment quite devastating. Production and vehicle sales, again, have been stagnant, but we started to have seen, and especially in some of the earlier presentation, vehicle sales recovering to a pre-COVID level. But what we haven't seen is the manufacturing output grow. So our view is quite simple. Domestic policy and market shortcomings, plus global changes, have rendered the master plan targets fairly ineffective. And I'd like to put it as clearly as we believe an urgent and decisive policy intervention is needed to prevent further decline in the manufacturing sector. The sector is a significant driver. Whenever anyone talks about why do you host an auto sector in any country, it's about what happens in the components value chain. Direct employment in our part of the sector is more than 80,000 employees. By far the largest percentage of component manufacturers are tier one direct suppliers to the OEMs, and the sector has been a significant contributor to export earnings and investment. Challenges, we've seen a stagnant local content percentage of 39-40% for as long as APDP has been running. Over the last 2 years, we've seen 4,400 retrenchments and 13 company closures. And I think that's really important. We talk about what's happening in the sector and impact of domestic market and sales, but the reality is in the component side of things, we've seen actual closures. We've seen significant job losses. So I think it's really important that as a grouping, we take cognizance of that. Opportunities include the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and scaling up on the aftermarket. Opportunities in raw material beneficiation. Colleagues have spoken about NEV component localization. We believe there's a further opportunity to leverage ICE, hybrid and related components. NEV discussion, very important. I think Andrew highlighted the need to create a market. But from a production perspective, it's very clear that our strengths have sat in the ICE space, and we should not be shy to leverage that as long as we can. Chair, just on this particular slide, I'm not going to go through it in detail, but if anyone needs convincing that it's in the components value chain that the real magic of an automotive policy happens, this is just a very small snapshot of some of the really great highlights that have come out of component manufacturing in the last 2 years, particularly in partnership with OEMs as the lead clients or buyers in the sector. But the reality is, I think, Deputy Minister, when the DTIC talks about its industrial strategy being anchored on the 3 Ds of diversification, decarbonization, and digitization, you can see all of those highlights happen in the component space. So really, I think the component sector can be an anchor of the wider country's industrial policy. Opportunities, like I said, exist within the sector opportunities already highlighted. I'm not going to go into significant detail as to why we think these are opportunities. But as we look to tweak our policies and find other areas of growth, these are what we believe we should be focusing on. Chair, there's been a lot of discussion on the role of global disruption and global changes. We are cognizant of that. We believe that they have played a significant impact. Those include a global environment that is suppressed production and sales, the rise of particularly China and India in vehicle production. What we've seen is global overcapacity in many markets with lower production and shifting production locations. Of course, the transition to NEVs, but more recently, the impact of geopolitics and trade shifts. Chair, the APDP2, with all great intentions, has proved to be a policy that is stuck in the mud. And I think the earlier slide summarized that quite clearly in the numbers. From a component sector environment, the outlook across our members has largely been negative over the last 2 years, and that is on the back of significantly reduced OEM volume production and outlook. Other concerns include supply chain disruptions, rising raw material costs, and escalating trade complexities. But the reality is component manufacturers rely on volume, and by and large, OEMs have cut volume significantly recently. There's been a lot of discussion about the sales environment. We agree with our colleagues in the OEM space that you do need a vibrant sales market. Growing new vehicle sales and local vehicle share of domestic sales is super important. So that quality of the local market for local vehicles is deteriorating, and import penetration is on the rise. If we look particularly at the import penetration coming out of countries like India and China, I think our view is global. We are concerned about imports in general, but particularly the segments coming out of these countries are really impacting the capacity for domestic vehicle production. Chinese brands, there's been significant price competition and state support that has aggressively allowed imports into a market like South Africa. And India specializes in small entry-level vehicles which sell well in the country. The imports arrive here fully built, no local components. Imports are placing downward pressure on local assembly volumes. I think Andrew was talking about that, and Peter as well. But what they didn't say, and I'm saying very clearly, is it impacts the demand for South African components, because they need to use South African produced components in those vehicles. They are also disrupting the aftermarket as important brands bring lower cost important components. And our view as NARCAM is quite clear. There's been a failure in APDP calibration. It has allowed certain unintended consequences, and we believe that that needs to be addressed fairly quickly. There's been a master plan target of growing from 0.68% to 1% of global production. We know we're close to that. Production stagnated below pre-COVID levels, keeping SA at its existing levels. And we expect, based on actual supplier call-out numbers by the OEMs, that the production forecast will be somewhere around or less than 560,000 vehicles in the next 2 years. Localization, our real kind of pain in the heart kind of thing. Local content has declined by an average of 1.1% per year over the past 25 years. lack of growth in local content and production volumes has resulted in a 50 billion shortfall in local content value relative to the SARM target. The reality is, whatever we talk about, jobs, new employment opportunities, new business creation, transformation, it all hinges on what happens in the localization space. We do believe that with the current OEM platforms, there's significant opportunity to increase their own localization. The range in OEM local content is somewhere between 23, 24%, and then upward of 40. Nowhere close to 60, but it shows that different OEMs have scope for greater local content. I think I've made the point. Employment has gone backwards. We've seen plant closures. Interestingly, for colleagues in the department, some of their own incentives are being constrained by the backward move in localization. If you look at something like the AIS and its implementation, if you don't maintain or grow employment, you can't make use of the incentive. So having the incentive there is great, but having it in a decreasing employment context means that component companies won't be able to qualify. I think my colleagues at AITF will talk through the transformation outcomes. As NARCAM or as component members, we have been responding to the legislative requirements and increasingly getting compliant. But I think the work being done by the department to include component manufacturers in the EIP is crucial to also assist ramping up those compliance levels. But by and large, the growth in black-owned component suppliers is limited because localization is not unlocking those opportunities for them. Component exports faced a recent decline due to falling emissions control. Catalytic converters have been a really big exported segment in the country for a long time, and changes in that demand outlook have severely impacted component manufacturers who for a long time actually in the post-COVID environment were holding up the country's export numbers. When vehicle exports were decreasing post-COVID, component exports were actually increasing as South Africa was positioned as a location to pick up production from where other countries were not able to do during that time. Colleagues have touched on this. I just want to make it really clear. I think the APDP2, we find ourselves stuck in a really vicious cycle. The APDP and the way it's designed as a system of duties, duty rebates, it relies on market growth. It relies on simultaneous growth in the OEM duty pool. The OEMs were supposed to need VALA and PRCs to offset duties on their own vehicle imports and CKD component imports. That stagnant market has increased import penetration and a growing export reliance that I think Andrew or Peter also spoke about. So by and large, this failed domestic market is currently too small to absorb duty credits being generated by the OEMs. In particularly the heavyweight VALA and the way it's received relative to the PI, which is the localization incentive. It's kind of heavyweight on assembly versus localization. To derive benefit from excess credits or monetize the credits that the OEMs receive, these are being sold to competing independent importers. To the extent that as South Africans, we've got, I think, either the highest or very close to the highest choice as consumers per capita perspective for vehicles on the market, yet we talk about having a really small domestic market. There's something wrong about that, and it's because of how this particular policy has facilitated and made it easy to import vehicles. This is just a slide that talks to how those duties have been excessively generated over time. I'm not going to go into the numbers, but the reality is that independent importers benefit from access to the rebate certificates. It makes their imports cheaper. While this form of monetization is not ideal, the system allows it. And local manufacturing OEMs leverage their positions by trading these credits. And over time, you can just simply see the trend, greater import penetration. What's happened is contraction of components, localization, and employments were a kind of direct result. There is no effective duty. Right now, probably not more than 2 OEMs are paying duty on components. So effectively, you've got CKD duty, which was supposed to be 20%, less than 5 in the real world. And CBUs, Andrew made the point, you talk about a 25% duty for importing CBUs, but because of the system, it's less than 2% protection for domestically produced vehicles. So the exceptionally low CK duty is further disincentivizing localization. Let me underscore the point that Andrew spoke about, the SKD loophole that exists in the system. OEMs import CKD components under a 20% duty rate. The SKD manufacturers, who are mushrooming across South Africa, are importing components outside of Chapter 98 at tariffs sometimes even zero for high-value components like engines, and that offers an immediate benefit. We've got no issue with who's doing SKD and the like, but we've got a real issue that there's zero local content when it comes to that. So why have an autos policy when it's inadvertently allowing SKD plants? I think Andrew's touched on what the differences are. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. These are general manufacturing challenges. These are our recommendations. It was, Andrew, I think it was heartening, and I saw it the same in Mkhululi's presentation. We've got similar ideas on what can be done to address some of the constraints that we're seeing in the APDP. The first one for us is critical, and it's one that can be done really quickly. It doesn't need modeling. It doesn't need significant kind of motivations. That is to find a way to restrict OEM sale duty credits to independent importers, allow it to continue being traded amongst themselves. If there is a particular OEM that has need for greater imports, please buy that from your colleagues. The MIDP model, which ran until I think 2012 or so, never saw OEMs trading credits. It was just component manufacturers based on local content who were effectively supplying the market. There was no excess, and there was a balance between imported and domestically produced vehicles. We believe, and Ayabonga, you touched on this, we believe there's scope to increase CBU and CKD duties. We believe reweight the existing incentives, place less emphasis on the VALA, which is an assembly incentive, and give greater recognition to production incentive, which is localization. And then again, to address the SKD manufacturing loophole. DM, I want to maybe just touch on this because you were talking about tax policy and ad valorem and something that's being reviewed. Our view is that we still have to see what comes out of the study on taking away ad valorem, but we believe that there's a quicker solution. Allow the domestic OEMs to rebate these excess credits or monetize the credits, because we don't want to mess with their models, right? They've already built up these models of generating credits, but allow them to rebate the ad valorem for domestically produced vehicles and to have locally manufacturers kind of offset this with the PLCs. But we believe it's absolutely crucial that it's something that is not kind of a pray and spray. It's got to be mandatory. If you are giving additional consumer or demand incentives, it's got to be linked to contracted localization requirements. Other countries do it. And I'm sure in your positions, it will be easier to adhere to a written regulation as to why localization in certain components are needed versus trying to make a business case with it, while other countries simply say, this is what we want. Go ahead and do it. So I think it's time South Africa is a little more clear on its kind of once out of the industrial policy, and it will benefit localization outcomes. Chair, we had a range of additional proposals. I think some of them have already been spoken about. We think there's other areas within the aftermarket, for example, implementation of greater export promotion initiatives through the Autos Industry Export Council, dealing with some of the tires and related technical anti-dumping investigations, and then of course support for having greater UIF-led interventions for retrenchments, the retrenchments that we have seen, and we expect to see a few more coming up during the course of this year. Allow me to conclude by saying that the auto sector remains critical. The role of the OEMs is critical, helping them grow a competitive base of manufacturing, super important for employment, industrial capacity, skills development, and economic valuation or value addition. our view is the domestic policy and its shortcomings and the changed global environment have made the master plan ineffective. Localization and its multiple spin-offs is quite clearly the painful victim. Urgent intervention is kind of requested through the structures and through the department that we can address this. And Chair, thank you for the time. Happy to address questions when they do arise.
Thank you very much. I see that our chairperson has arrived, but maybe he can just settle in and we can swap positions a little later in the meeting. Is that all right? Right, after lunch. I'm quite enjoying this role. So we now move on to the RMI. If we could have a representative from the RMI, please. Are they presenting here? Yes, he's ready. You're a genius.
Good morning still, honorable members, chair, the colleagues in the room, and key stakeholders. My name is Ipileng Mabusela. I'm the CEO of the RMI, which is the Retail Motor Industry Organization. I've come through today with some of my colleagues, Gary McCraw, who's our acting COO, as well as Jean Hanekom, who looks after our association on panel shops. Chair, before I go into sort of the details that were asked about SAM, I thought it'd be good to give good context on the automotive aftermarket, what it is, its relative scale, and I think contextually the opportunity it presents in trying to assist and solve the challenges that we see within the policy framework that we have. So the automotive aftermarket, if you think about it, is everything after your car is born. So the components that spoke, the colleagues that spoke before me, Renee, Andrew, Tetle, and Peter deal with the manufacturing of vehicles. We deal with everything after that. So if manufacturing is the birth of a car, we deal with the rest of the life of that car. It's end to end, whether it's when you buy a car through a dealership, whether it's when you repair it at an independent workshop, whether it's parts, tires, and so forth, or if you get into an accident and your car needs to be repaired, whether it's refueling that car, whether it's converting a truck into an ambulance, and so forth, or whether it's actually testing the vehicle for roadworthiness. That is the entire, let's call it, value chain of the automotive aftermarket. And I think, Che, earlier you alluded that what about the size and scale of the retail and aftermarket as well, and how does it fit in the entire picture? I think there's an opportunity to include this part of the market as we do the review of SAM. It wasn't part of the scope, I think, initially in 2018 when SAM was drafted, and I think there's some good opportunities that I'll explain later on. We know that the retail aftermarket touches every household, every business, government, touches literally every sphere of this country. It does affect other departments other than the DTIC as well, in terms of the national footprint, for example, for Department of Transport on roadworthiness and accidents. I'll speak to that, as well as, of course, training as well. In terms of its relative, size, it's job rich and it's focused on SMEs. And when GDP does struggle, this part of the sector is quite resilient. Resilient also to global tensions and tariffs and so forth. As they say, when the US sneezes, we kind of have an immune booster. So we are covered from an aftermarket perspective. We've seen 1.2% compounding annual growth on jobs, despite challenges with GDP growth, technical skills, an aging car park that I'll speak to as well, shifting consumer behavior, becoming extremely demanding. AI is making them think they're stronger or smarter than their mechanic, and the high cost of compliance as well does truly affect us. It's the largest employer in the sector with about 70% of jobs. 264,000 direct jobs come out of the automotive market relative to the manufacturing value chain at about 110,000 jobs. 23,000 businesses exist in our part of the world. 80% of those or small to medium-sized enterprises. The RMI itself represents 8,500 businesses. It's the largest employer body in the sector. We also, of course, engage in keeping labor stability through wage negotiations with our colleagues from NIMSA there. Tato Jim from time to time gives us a hard time during wage negotiations, as well as another union called MISA. The average age of a vehicle is about 10.8 years, and there's 13 million cars on our road. The opportunity that I think we see is if in manufacturing we produce 500, 600,000 odd vehicles, but in retail and aftermarket, we have 13 million vehicles on our road. Imagine the size of the opportunity if we could find a way to bridge localization, so manufacturing of components, to those parts ending up in the aftermarket. Today, the aftermarket is heavily reliant on imports from various countries. Consumers are under extreme pricing pressure. So on a practical level, when somebody walks into a workshop or a dealership to service their car, they say, this price is too high if you're trying to offer me some sort of OEM part. And the business owner, who's a small business owner, is trying to make ends meet, ends up saying, well, here's another option of an imported part at the cost of local jobs and at the cost, of course, of GDP growth in our country. And the challenge is the consumer still has a choice. But if it goes down to quality and price, and the quality of an imported part is the same as a locally made part, then it'll go down to price. So I think there's an opportunity for us as we relook at SAM to see how we can bridge that gap to make it more competitive for our local component manufacturers to be able to have the sort of reach and scale within the aftermarket. In terms of GDP contribution and value add, I think the colleagues rightly spoke about the automotive sector being in the region of 5.2% of GDP. The aftermarket is 54%, based on our calculations from Stats SA, of the automotive value chain. So that means it's the largest contributor to the automotive value chain from a GDP or value add perspective, but does need to be included in SAM in the calculations thereof in order for it to make a true impact and for us to measure ourselves sufficiently. We're also quite focused on dealing with consumer safety and standards. From an RMI perspective, we set standards for everything within the value chain, and that means not only is it about having the right qualified people, having health and safety in place, it's also about fairness and about the way we treat consumers as well. So it does protect consumers, and it does ensure that cars are fixed properly and are safe. So it's important that we also sort out essentially getting a proper standard in place. The RMI does it, of course, independently, but I'd say, let's call it on a national level, we also need to resolve that challenge. I want to touch briefly on skills and transformation as one of the key levers within SAM. Even though the aftermarket wasn't part of SAM at its inception, it does and is already contributing to those pillars. We have a challenge in South Africa that we have a 31% decline in artisans over the past 10 years. It's a very scarce skill, and mainly due to global competition. If you're very talented with working with your hands in South Africa, you end up in Australia, in the UK, in the US. Our technicians are highly sought after. At the same time, we've increased the number of apprentices in the country at 125% increase over the same period, but that's not resulting in artisans. So we're losing them along the way. Some of them are shifting to other careers that maybe are more attractive, so to speak. And I'll speak to some of the things that we're putting in place to deal with that. The result of that is scarcity of skills, which means the ability to repair vehicles declines. It could higher repair cost, longer lead times, and have likely lower compliance as well. It also adversely affects transformation. I was saying to some of the colleagues yesterday that the easiest route for a young person trying to become a business owner in this country and add their own economic value is for them to start off within the automotive aftermarket. You can enter the sector without a matric qualification, and you can build your way up all the way from essentially a technician to an apprentice, to an artisan, to a business owner. We've seen this repeated more than thousands and thousands of times. The 23,000 businesses we see in the sector, the majority of them came via that route. And it's about being able to ensure we've got the right skills, but beyond that, being able to put the right collaborations, speaking to colleagues from the AIDC, around how we collaborate to codify the path of going from somebody with a matric or without a matric to a technician, to an artisan, to eventually a business owner through funding mechanisms and mentorship. In terms of our response to that, we have several projects going on. I'll highlight a few. We have a project called Project Dinero, which I think will greatly assist the skills parts of SAM. In picture, it's collaboration between ourselves, the Department of Higher Education and Training, MESITA. In particular instance, it is Mercedes Learning Academy, as well as Harambe, which looks after youth employment. And the whole point of this project is we go to technical schools, encourage young people about what the sector is, run a competition for them. The last competition is we have a car, but we put faults in on purpose, and you say, get the car to start. If you manage to do that, you're in the program. We target 100 young people per annum. On the right of that picture, you can see there's young ladies in their pink overalls. They requested pink overalls, so we funded them. And this is how we sort of attract talent to the sector, especially in the technical aspects of the sector. That's one of the things we do with MESITA. We have 132 million in funding that we're using for various programs, not only for apprentices, but also for those who've already been working on various shop floors, for them to convert to artisans through recognition of prior learning programs. We also, of course, have been quite heavily involved in electric vehicles. I heard that came out quite strongly from the department as well as from the Deputy Minister as well. Even before, of course, we were going quite firm on a electric vehicle discussion on qualifications, which we're working on now with various stakeholders in the sector. We already started doing work like training the trainer. There are TVET lecturers who have never seen an electric vehicle and are supposed to train young people on these vehicles. So we worked with several entities, including Porsche Germany as well, to supply electric vehicles to these TVET colleges to see how it can be practical in the training. And beyond that, the electric vehicle problem is live today, even though they're very few, but they are entering workshops and businesses and dealerships. And simply saying, don't touch the bright orange cable, you're going to get electrocuted, is certainly not enough. So even beyond the qualification itself, we're doing basic training, which is electric vehicle awareness, electric vehicle safety. So how do you decommission electric vehicles so you can fix it, work on it? And then, of course, eventually diagnostics. How do you understand what's wrong with electric vehicles so that you can go forth and of course, repair it? My colleagues, the OEMs, would have had this, of course, very well sorted out within the dealership space. But of course, there's also outside of that, when cars are out of warranty, that somebody needs to eventually enable that life of that vehicle to continue. In terms of road safety and compliance, I'll touch very briefly on this. If we do not sort out our road safety challenge, it costs the fiscus huge amounts of money, and it costs lives in our country. And it's something that for us is quite key and important. Some of the stats, 11,000 or more fatalities on our roads. Only 4 in 5 cars have an annual, or vehicles are tested annually. Colleagues, Nigeria is better than us at this. That I find quite challenging. Many African states are better at us than this. Today, we only test trucks and buses on an annual basis. And we're calling for, even though it is already there within a Department of Trade perspective, but we're calling that they gazette the actual implementation date, which said vehicles that are 10 years and older should be tested more regularly. That will certainly improve lives. We spend 205 billion on the cost of crashes in South Africa. And I think no one, even though we say, a small percentage of accidents come from the actual state of the vehicle, I don't think we're doing enough to understand the true mechanical impact or failure. We don't have the capacity within our various police departments to do a proper investigation as to the root cause of the failure. And I think we're underestimating the actual quantums. We saw last week the accident in Vanderbijl with the 14 children that passed away. We believe that even though it wasn't directly attributed to the vehicle itself, that if you create a culture of compliance, starting with the vehicle, that can translate into a culture of compliance for drivers as well. In addition, on the right-hand side, there's the compliance burden for small businesses. As I've said, 23,000 businesses in the sector, 80% of them being SMMEs, but they have the same compliance burden as listed firms. If you're a small dealership, if you are a small business, if you have any sort of financial applications in terms of people trying to get any sort of credit from you or anything similar, health and safety, all of those, the compliance burden is similar, and that stifles growth. It stifles the business owner who doesn't have a compliance and legal and risk department in place. They literally 10 people, a husband, a wife who does the books, the husband is under the car, and a few technicians. And applying that kind of compliance burden, I think does create challenges for them. It does take away time from them doing business, but more importantly, it also stifles their cash flow, their working capital, and their ability to create value, I think, for all of us. So we propose a risk-adjusted model from a compliance perspective. In that way, we're able to support the transition from informal to formal businesses and from formal to, let's call it, businesses that meet certain standards and accreditation. On a practical level, we have a program that looks at informal businesses, and we'll be working with AIDC as well to expand that program. But the business owners tell us, I don't want to go formal. There's all this red tape that I have to go through. I have to register my business. There's all this tax sort of stuff that I don't understand. It's too difficult for me to do all of those things. So we need to make it a lot easier for them to transition. Otherwise, we will continue to have the danger of people, some of us are from townships, I'm from a township, of people needing to get their cars serviced and fixed, having cost pressure, and ending up going to, one of your friends on the side of the road who literally, for your tire, just cuts thread on it by hand and says, here's your tire. That tire is not safe, not at all. So we need to find ways to be able to encourage for them to progress. And in so doing, they'll be starting to consume parts, equipment, and so forth. That's from locally produced manufacturers. To sort of respond directly to the questions that came, and I think I've touched on all of these, is from a SAM perspective, I think we touch pillar 1, 2, 5, and 6, and I've spoken about how we can begin to touch the localization pillar. On local market optimization, of course, affordability is key, and we extend the life of vehicles, the total affordability of a vehicle over its total life, to essentially increase the total car park in the country. From a regional market development perspective, I think the DM and other colleagues spoke about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are already being asked and have gone to various countries to give guidance on what does a formal aftermarket look like, an organized aftermarket with standards that knows how to buy and consume products and parts, that's able to do things safely at a certain level. We're already doing that work, and I think there's an opportunity to embed that within SAM. It's almost us exporting our skills, knowledge, and experience that will then allow us to export our businesses as well into the continent. Industry transformation, I think I've touched on that as well already, through attracting young people to the sector, through Project Dinao, strengthening the transition from informal to formal to standardized. On technology and skills, I've touched on that as well, around the sheer number of learners that we're training, 3,500 in our pipeline, as well as our ability to look at the EV transition. On EVs, I'll give a practical example. Last year, we were at a show called Automechanica in Germany, in Frankfurt, which is a global show for aftermarket. It happens everywhere in China, in Dubai, as well as in South Africa. And there we saw technology in this particular instance from Bosch for, instead of replacing the entire battery of an electric vehicle, of a battery electric vehicle, you remove the battery, you repair a module on the battery, and you put that module back in the battery and put the whole battery back in the vehicle. That means instead of spending 200,000 replacing an entire battery, you're spending in the region of 10, 20,000 to replace the faulty module. That also encourages, of course, the discussion around the circular economy and what happens to those batteries at the end of life, and the discussion the department is having around, if we're going to manufacture battery electric vehicles here, could we find ways to, let's call it, recycle the end-of-life batteries that will eventually come into play? and strengthen our position there. The aftermarket is quite agile, doesn't have the constraints that my colleagues struggle with, or 4-year, 7-year lead times on production. If something changes in the market, we're already quite, I'd say, in under 12 months, the market would have responded. In terms of lessons and policy gaps, I think from the department's perspective, good opportunity to say, provided that the aftermarket is that large, is that agile, is that open and willing to respond to the challenges happening in upstream, let's call it in vehicle manufacturing, there's an opportunity there. Given that battery electric vehicles adoption remains slow in South Africa, we do support the notion of finding good ways to encourage adoption. And that as an opportunity, then we encourage, and I think that some of the colleagues have said it, a multi-pathway. So we encourage all drive chains, and the aftermarket will be responsive to all of them, as they already are and currently are set up to do. With that, we do reduce the compliance burden on small businesses, that we do look at a road safety vehicle-first approach in implementing what is already gazetted, but there's no implementation date. I think in closing, I would say that we need to ensure that we are able to enable as well transformation through access to the public fleet. We know that government has a huge, probably they're the biggest fleet owner in the country. And for some other reason, there's challenges and all of that flowing through to Black businesses. And I think there's a fantastic opportunity to align. And we spoke to AIDC and colleagues about some options that perhaps when we're invited back, we can present. A massive opportunity to, as I've said before, close the gap between localization only flowing to manufacturing, but to increase the sheer number of components that are made, therefore the scale, productivity, efficiency, and reduce cost, to have a mechanism to encourage the aftermarket to consume locally made parts. On road safety, I've touched on skills for us to have clear and stronger collaboration. I invite the DTIC to be part of that conversation as well, on how do we work together, not only with DTIC, AIDC, Department of Higher Education and Training, but of course, as well as the unions, to say, how do we ensure that from a national skills all the way to you owning your own business, we have a clear pathway and a clear model. We've done it, and we've done it, let's call it informally or within our normal business, but to do it at scale, so that it's a program that exists and is a key pillar. There's a growth opportunity on the continent, as we've spoken about from a regional perspective. We can export our knowledge, our skills, our ability to formalize the aftermarket. And with that, dealerships will follow. And with that, OEMs can follow. And with that, components can follow. So I think there's a fantastic opportunity for us to, and I think the DM spoke about not only positioning South Africa as South Africa, but positioning South Africa as the rest of essentially sub-Saharan Africa, if not the whole continent, as a market. And then, of course, on second-hand vehicle import, I know that wasn't touched on today. I think that's a particularly bad idea. I'll give you a very practical example. If you import a motorcycle from a left-hand drive country, the lamp of that motorcycle is facing the wrong way. So it's not facing towards traffic, it's facing away from traffic. That means in the dark, you can't see where you're actually going. That is guaranteed to cause challenges, and it's obviously much more complex than that. Just because a vehicle looks the same, it doesn't mean it's got the same parts internally. So if you buy that vehicle, you're unable to fix it. And of course, it'll do tremendous harm, of course, to the vehicles that we make here, as well as our entire setup within our retail space. I think, colleagues, that's essentially where I ended. The aftermarket continues to demonstrate agility and a strong commitment towards our country and our economic development. And I think there are fantastic opportunities to be part of the solution as we review SAM, and we review SAM with urgency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mabusela. Very interesting presentation. We now move on to the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund. We can have a representative, please.
Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, good day. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with you today on the implementation of SEM 2035 through the lenses of the AITF. My name is Jabulani Selumani, and I am a CEO of the AITF. I'm aware that there is a version control that has been circulated. We had sent initially the presentation on Friday, so apologies to the committee. I am accompanied by the chairperson of the board, Mr. Billy Tom, and 5 of the 7 OEMs who have originally formed the AITF through the Equity Equivalent Investment Program. This presentation today will cover key 6 areas as outlined from the letter we received on the 8th of December, providing insights into our progress, lesson learned, challenges and recommendations for the sector. Chairperson, before responding to the committee's question, I thought it's important to clarify the mandate and the role within the SEM 2035 framework that the AITF plays. I think this provides the context for what we are accountable for, equally what sits outside of our authority. AITF is an implementing and funding vehicle, not a policy setting institution. Our primary focus is transformation, delivery through the targeted programs and supported by localization, competitiveness outcome in line with the SEM pillars. We implement OEM's equity equivalent investment programs in support of the Black-owned enterprises who have originally, of course, started the EEIP. We administer the APDP2 Transformation Fund for component manufacturers and serve as a secretariat for the Executive Oversight Committee overseeing the SEM implementation. This responsibility we resumed late last year. Through ASCII, SEM and SEM Project Management Office, our role is to support the execution. I think the slides may have disappeared. I think the slide before. Yes, that one. Thank you very much. I was saying through ASCII and SEM Project Management Office, our role is to support the execution and coordination and ensure initiatives across the sector work together and rather than in isolation. So our understanding of the engagement today is to focus on the response of the 6 areas to which the Portfolio Committee has engaged us on. The questions focus on the progress, the effectiveness, the lesson learned, the impact of domestic and global factors, the challenges and opportunities in the sector, and our recommendation to strengthen SEM implementation in support of the Black-owned entities. The remainder of the presentation is structured to explicitly deal with the 6 areas to ensure we respond directly and transparently to the committee's request. Chairperson, each of the 6 areas requested by the committee, in summary, we have made measured progress in scaling Black-owned automotive suppliers through funding, access to market, and job creation. And I must highlight that the emphasis is access to market, which I think is the backbone of the initiative that has been formed. Our intervention are contributing to meaningful SEM objectives. However, outcomes are increasingly constrained by the structural sector conditions, as highlighted by my colleagues, rather than the program design. EEIP implementation has highlighted critical dependency between policy certainty market access and sustainability, particularly for Black-owned firms. External economic and policy shifts are materially constraining transformation outcome, even where firm-level capacity exists. Despite this, the opportunity, I think, remains, and targeted improvement to SAM implementation can materially strengthen the outcome for Black-owned entities operating in the automotive sector. The slides, I don't think sorry, the slides are not. Okay, I'll just tap. Chairperson, our view is that the pressure facing the industry is consistent with the data that was presented by NACAM, as well as NAMSA and other stakeholders. The automotive sector currently faces immediate and structural challenges, including infrastructure constraints, rising operational costs, policy misalignments, as well as the global trade shifts. At the same time, there is an emerging opportunity, particularly through regional market expansion under the AFCFTA, localization of selected NEV components, and aftermarket growth. However, these opportunities are conditional. They require policy certainty, improved competitiveness, and effective coordination across the value chain. Without alignment, the risk is that we will bypass local and Black-owned firm that operates into the sector. The progress that has been made so far by the AITF since 2020, and I must highlight 2020 was a setup year, since 2021, indicates specifically on the progress against the major targets that were set and agreed with the DTIC. Particularly, there was an agreement that in 10 years, there needs to be about 90 businesses that have been supported, about 5,900 jobs to be created, as well as receiving 1.94 billion in terms of the funds available to fund the enterprises that we support. I must highlight we're receiving close to about 194 million annually to be able to support the beneficiaries. So since inception, about 84 businesses have been supported with over 788 million already approved, and 6.7 actual access to market has been realized, and significantly exceeding our original targets of about 4.2 billion, which was a target agreed in line with the EEIP measures. Importantly, this has supported and has translated into over 3.7 jobs created and maintained, with a job ratio going well above the initial threshold that were initially concepted. So at this point in time, I must indicate that we are seeing about 4.8 jobs ratio per a million spent towards the beneficiaries that we have supported against a target of about 1.7 at initial concept. In the beginning of the program, I think we realized that the program was gender silent, and agreed with the 7 OEMs to ring fence about 30% of the funds we managed towards women-owned businesses. I'm happy to report that currently we are tracking outside of the 30%. 30% of funds that we've deployed have gone to companies with women-owned ownership in that respect. And when we look at the lessons learned from our lens, we can draw directly from an implementation experience. One key lesson I think that we are finding common is the customer concentration risk. And we are addressing this through trying to do market linkages for our beneficiaries, because we believe access to market is what actually Black-owned firms require than actually capital. I think when the business case is viable And with the strong support that the OEMs are providing in the sector, it helps the beneficiaries to be able to sustain their businesses. We've also learned that the volume volatility has affected and made planning very difficult for small and medium enterprises, and this is reinforcing the need for diversification. External pressures amplify this risk, requiring a fit for purpose and sometimes intensive support, especially during the downturns. Perhaps most of the important lessons we've learned is the ecosystem alignment amongst the role players in the automotive sector. No single intervention can succeed, I think, in isolation. So collaboration, I think, is very key for us. Progress alone is not sufficient. The committee also asks us to look at the effectiveness. Whether these interventions meaningfully advance SAM objectives is the question. AITF experience shows that funding alone is not enough. Effectiveness comes from combining funding with market access, competitiveness support, and coordinated execution. This is why the AITF's operating model integrates EEIP, ASCII, competitiveness program, the SAM project management office, and coordination of coordination through the EOC or the Executive Oversight Committee, where initiatives are deliberately connected. We see better sustainability outcome. Where they are fragmented, we definitely see the outcomes are a little bit more weaker. This reinforces the importance of implementation coordination rather than creating new structures. The AITF, from its length, recommend the following: focusing on strengthening implementation. So as the Secretariat of the EOC, AITF proposes deeper coordination through the EOC, with SAM project management acting as an execution arm. And this has been agreed already with all the stakeholders, including the DTIC, as per the presentation that was made earlier by the DTIC. The key priorities include market entry support, multi-year localization roadmaps, stronger competitiveness, export-ready programs. These recommendations are intended to improve delivery scale and sustainability of transformation outcomes. Chairperson, in conclusion, transformation capacity exists within the automotive sector. And AITF has demonstrated that targeted interventions can work. However, the current domestic and global conditions are constraining the scale and sustainability. AITF's role is to protect transformation gains now and to ensure that Black-owned enterprises are positioned to scale when policy and market conditions do improve. We appreciate the opportunity to engage, and we remain available to respond to the committee's questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Selemani. Appreciate it. We're now going to move on to the AIDC, Gauteng. The representative could come, please, and present to us. I think we'll probably make this the last one before lunch. Has the lunch been? Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. and my colleagues. My name is Andile Africa. I'm the CEO of the AIDC in Gauteng. And I'm with my deputy chairperson, Mr. Ditwani, and my head of business development, Mr. Asana Mzinyati. Just upfront, Chair, I just want to say that a lot of what has been presented this morning would show up in my presentation as well. So I want to take a slightly different approach by just talking about the challenges that we have as a Gauteng province in particular. As a start to introduce the auto industry in Gauteng, we are the largest in terms of sales. So most vehicles that are sold in South Africa, about 34%, over 34% is sold in Gauteng. We host 200 or so of the about 300, 350 suppliers, component suppliers. So the jobs that Renee was talking about earlier that were lost because of the geopolitical issues that we have to deal with, Gauteng has been impacted quite drastically. As Renee mentioned earlier, I think he mentioned about 4,500 jobs that we lost. And as I said, majority of those would have come from Gauteng. We are the second largest in terms of production. We host 3 OEMs, Ford, BMW, and Nissan. And recently there's been developments, as you may have seen in the press, that Chery, the Chinese manufacturer, will be taking over the Nissan factory. The AIDC Gauteng runs a number of support programs for the auto industry, and sorry, I'll go back a bit. How do you go? Stuck. Oh. So let's just take so, Chair, just a little bit about the AIDC. The AIDC is part of the Gauteng government. We are a subsidiary of an agency called the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, or GGDA. And our mandate is to develop and support the auto industry to make it more globally competitive, and in that way, and also transform the industry. And we have 5 pillars or programs that we run in order to support this. The first one is infrastructure. So we own an automotive supplier park in Roslyn, where we host about 16 components manufacturers that support BMW and Ford and the other OEMs in the country. So economic infrastructure is a big part of our mandate. And I will mention as I go through the questions that we asked, what have we done and what we believe should be done to improve. The second one is that we run an incubation program. This is part of our agenda for transformation for the auto industry. So we take through the potential suppliers. We've partnered with Ford and Nissan in this case, where we've run a very successful automotive incubation program. We've seen some graduation out of this. There has been some lessons learned, and I will talk a little bit about that later. The third area is township development, automotive township development hub. Now, as you know, historically, the townships were not well developed in terms of businesses. We are doing our part to transform the automotive, the township automotive program. And so far, we're running 2 of those. We will be opening another one, the third one in Alexandra, in Johannesburg. This third area is supply enterprise development. And this is basically a team of industrial engineers that support suppliers to make them more competitive and more efficient. And then lastly, skills development. Our response to the questions, as everybody else has done, was we've tried to couch it within the 6 pillars of the SAM 35 plan. And at the expense of repeating what everybody has said, I just want to make some just a few highlights. I think we've spoken enough about the progress, and it's well known, the stats are out there. From a Gauteng perspective, what I just want to highlight on this is that, one, in terms of the regional development or regional market development, Gauteng is well positioned where we are to be the gateway into Africa. So, we see ourselves as key towards promoting regional development. However, there are some challenges that come with this. One of them, for example, being the issue of the importation of second-hand vehicles into the markets that we'd like to get into. So that makes it difficult for us to export into these markets. And so I will not go into each and every one of these pillars. The last thing I want to mention on this slide is the infrastructure issues. Our experience in Gauteng has been that we've had serious issues with regards to supply of electricity. The issue of cable theft has impacted production at our OEMs. The issue of we are a landlocked province, so which means whatever we produce has to reach the coast for export purposes. Majority, as we've seen with the NAMSA states, we're a very export-driven industry. Now, Gauteng being landlocked, it means we need to transport these vehicles to either the Durban port or to the Eastern Cape. So there are some programs that are looking at moving from road to rail, but we'll chat about that when we talk about the opportunities to improve. There are some issues with regards to the congestion at the ports. So that's part of our infrastructure challenge. As I said, for the fully imported vehicles, we have the most number of sales that go into Gauteng. I think this graph illustrates what everybody's been talking about, the fact that localization has been stuck for a long time. I just want to talk about, so the question here was, what are the implementation actions that we've taken to address or mitigate the industry challenges? As I said, we've had issues with regards to the regional market. The implication being that there needs to be an acceleration of the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement Act. In terms of the localization, what we have done as the AIDC or Gauteng government is that, firstly, we have about 160 hectares of land in Roslyn. Only 60 hectares of that land is developed, and we just finished a feasibility study to develop the further 100 hectares of land in order to host suppliers to support the auto industry. So we've done our part as the AIDC or Gauteng government to provide infrastructure to the industry to support it in terms of the localization efforts. As I said, we also have been running a fairly successful incubation program with the OEMs and the tier 1 suppliers. And the idea here is that we want to get these incubatees to graduate into becoming tier 2 or tier 3 suppliers into the industry. The problem with this program has been that candidates tend to stay for too long in this program, and because there's no opportunities for graduation that come along, we've had to keep them in the program for long. However, having said that, there has been some really good success stories where they've graduated and they are now tier 2 suppliers to both Ford and Nissan. In terms of the township hubs, part of our strategy or a mandate is to transform the industry in terms of the township economy. So as I've said, we've run some really successful two township hubs in Gauteng. See, it's buffering again. Okay, are we back on? Wait. As I said, in terms of the lessons learned, we've felt that in terms of the influx of the Chinese OEMs coming into South Africa, we've been impacted as well as Gauteng. In fact, we're probably the most impacted because we run the biggest dealer infrastructure in Gauteng. Some dealers have had to close down. Some OEM dealers have had to close down. But there's been an uptake of the new Chinese market, Chinese OEMs in terms of the dealer. The lesson that we've learned is that these new entrants, they come in and plug into the existing big dealer conglomerates. And what do I mean by that? The likes of the Motors Group and the traditional white-owned big companies that have always been benefited. This does not push our transformation agenda. And so, our engagements with the new entrants is to say, take this opportunity to bring in black ownership in your dealer network. And those conversations are ongoing. In terms of the lessons learned on localization, as I've said, the barriers to entry for local OEMs, for local suppliers, component suppliers, is very high. So, for example, at the automotive supply park that we own, as I said, we've got about 16 companies that are there. Majority of those companies are foreign. And the reason for that, the reason that they're foreign is because the procurement agreements are agreed or concluded at the headquarters, which means the overseas companies, for example, BMW will conclude it in Germany, and so forth, because of the global agreements that they have. And these suppliers then follow the OEM to South Africa. Problem with that is that although there's local content, yes, there's jobs being created, but there's no local ownership of these component suppliers. As I said, the positive thing is that they do provide, they do create jobs, they do contribute towards the local economy, but the issue of ownership is one area that we need to address. In terms of the skills development, as I said, the lessons learned is that different speakers have said here that the introduction of EV and new technologies into the market will require for us to catch up in terms of skills development. To this effect, the AIDC is put together what we call the Manufacturing Center of Excellence, and part of the areas that we are addressing there is EV or electric vehicles, but also other new technologies such as AI and robotics. I want to accelerate my presentation by going to the I think the opportunities that we've learned. As I mentioned before, firstly, the opportunities that exist here in the Gauteng area. One is, sorry, I'm just getting my notes. The first one was mentioned just earlier now is for us to look at changing government procurement policy. You see, if you want to support localization as government, being the biggest fleet owner, but 150,000 vehicles, if you use the RT46 contract numbers, there's an opportunity for government to change the procurement policy to have a bias towards locally produced vehicles. At the moment, the new entrants are competing against our OEMs that are producing locally, and they're coming in at a significantly cheaper price. And yet, that does not have, they don't have the benefit of job creation and economic development that the local OEMs comes with. There's an opportunity for us to accelerate the implementation of AFCFTA, and for us to be able to leverage the regional integration of all the regional markets in the SADC region. From the infrastructure point of view, there seems to be a few slides missing, but I'll just talk to a couple of the points that I wanted to make. From an infrastructure point of view, there's a number of projects that are underway. One of those being the rail infrastructure between Gauteng and the Eastern Cape. The project is called Project Ukuvuselela. There's been some big frustrations in terms of the speed at which this project is moving. We all know the challenges that we have with Transnet, but the idea here is to move the cargo that's currently moving from Gauteng to the coast by road to move it to rail. So there's opportunity there. The second opportunity on the infrastructure is for us to decarbonize our production. And to this end, the IDC is investing in rooftop solar to make sure that we have cleaner energy in our factories that we run there. In terms of transformation, I've mentioned our incubation program. We are working closely with the OEMs to see if we can accelerate and shorten the program from about 3 to 5 years to about 18 months, that they are quickly ready to get in there and become part of the value chain. Again, I've mentioned that our township automotive hubs. We've got plans in this financial year to open in all 5 corridors of Gauteng more automotive hubs in the township. And then lastly, on the skills development, 2 things. One is that we've partnered with the Tshwane University of Technology to set up a research chair. So we are looking at beefing up our R&D capability in the province. And then the second one is that we've set up, as I've said, a manufacturing center of excellence, which we will be launching around March this year. This is my last slide that you've got up there. I think in terms of the next steps or recommendation, we need to be globally the global supply chain reconfiguration due to the tensions that have existed. We need to address those. Obviously, different speakers have suggested different solutions for that. There is obviously the reliance on export markets. We need to obviously increase the OEMs, local OEMs that we've spoken about as the Chinese are coming in to localize. The competition obviously has emerged. The countries like Morocco, for example, are beginning to threaten South Africa's position in the African market in terms of vehicle production and export. So we need to be cognizant of that and see strategies of improving that. We've spoken about AGOA. I think there's an issue there. At the moment, most of the steel that we use is imported, and the opportunities there for us to look at localization of automotive grade steel. And I think lastly, we've spoken enough about the Chinese market. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Africa. I think that's all we're going to have time for before lunch. So lunch will be served outside here where we had our tea. Yeah, it's a finger lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Eastern Cape to also have their presentation. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me, Chair? Chair, can you hear me? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Good afternoon, stakeholders of the auto sector. My apologies, Chair, I had to take off my tie. It's quite hot. I hope I have not offended anyone. First of all, let me apologize for my chairperson of the board who fell ill yesterday, unfortunately, so he couldn't make it. And also pass the greetings from our premier and our MEC to the committee members. My name is Thabo Shemane. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the AIDC Eastern Cape, similar entity to the one in Gauteng. I'm accompanied by Ms. Kutswano, who's our Executive Manager responsible for e-mobility, and Mr. Malibongwe Fololo, who's our Community Facilitator, whose role has become important in recent times, Chair, especially when we talk about the aftermarket issues, similar to what was presented earlier. You would have noticed, Chair, by now that the issues are similar across the different entities that have presented. We would have identified the same challenges. So I am not going to spend a lot of time regurgitating the same issues. Suffice to say, the Eastern Cape is all fully integrated in the works of the industry. We've been fortunate to even host two of the largest auto shows in our province in 2025 successfully. And those platforms provide opportunities for discussion, opportunities for networking, especially around policy issues and how do we move forward as a country. So, Chair, as I start the presentation, I think the first slide shows you the integration of the work that we are doing in the province. On the right is our Eastern Cape Master Plan that we've developed specifically alongside the master plan itself. You can see, Chair, that the provincial roadmap has got 7 pillars. We have calculated that maybe in the next 10 years, we should work hard in getting about 40 billion rands worth of new investments from OEMs, suppliers, investors, and so on. And our pillars, if we marry them with the master plan, so I won't read it in detail, Chair. I think everyone can see. Investor retention is very important. The future skills matter, Chair. Our approach is very different. We've specifically noted that the curricula that is being offered to our young people in TVET colleges in particular does not talk to anything close to it being a future skill, especially within the engineering space. So the effort has now been put to make sure that we help the universities, also in particular, and the TVET colleges develop new curricula. The industry has made it clear to us what kind of future skills are required to be able to participate in the industry by our young people. So that's our approach to skills development. We opted not to do project-based skills, 10 young people there, 20 there, and so on. If you would rather influence the curricula so that whatever you get as the output can at least simulate what is needed in the industry. The localization part is around black supplier development. Again, most of the work that we do in supporting our suppliers is integrated in the work that NACAM does. So there's little new, but we've introduced an aftermarket program which seeks specifically to look at how our panel beaters, auto body repairers, who are in their majority in our province, in the rural spaces, can be integrated into the mainstream of the economy. So by mainstream, what we are basically referring to, how do we use the muscle of government, procurement, government maintenance, government fleet maintenance, to have our panel beaters being the ones who are doing the maintenance. So the issues around compliance are very important. Hence, RMI was talking about AITC help. We need to be talking to AITC because we are finding there are similarities in capacitating our panel beaters to be able to participate in the mainstream. Just as a way of information, Chair, our province spent about 300 million rands per annum just on maintenance of their 4,600 vehicles. But we've since learned that most of that money is spent outside of the province, which is very disappointing to any form of SMME development. So that would be probably the only new thing, other than everything else that we do, that we started in our province, and I'll talk about the numbers later. In terms of infrastructure, everybody is aware that we've got the 2 ITZs in our province who play host to a number of component suppliers. So we work with them closely on matters of incentives and policy. We've had many discussions with the DTIC on the relevance of the current policies to the needs of the current investors. So this slide seems to just articulate companies that have approached the province wanting to explore possibilities of establishing CKD operations in South Africa. We're very happy that Cherry has managed to agree to acquire the Nissan plant. I think the whole point is about how best do we integrate these Chinese investors, Indian investors in our economy. This is a point that has been made already, Chairperson. This is on the electric vehicle implementation, Chair. We discussed earlier with the DTIC. Our colleagues in the auto sector have mapped out what their needs would be if we have to stimulate demand. The other thing is around infrastructure. So infrastructure, what we did, we then decided, because we are in a rural, semi-rural province, it's going to be difficult for private sector if we all wait for them to come and put a commercial business case in the Eastern Cape. And as Andrew said earlier, there aren't many EVs in the country. So the demand, therefore, or rather the business case, would not add up if you use the current numbers. But still, you need to be able to move around through and in the province. So we've then decided through the provincial government, we are going to establish a couple of EV charging stations so as to enable Mr. Jim to drive his EV through from Gauteng to Cape Town. Funny enough, we were not aware of this. There were people who worked in KZN who stay in Port Elizabeth who drive EVs. They would normally leave their EVs in Kokstad and hire a car to be able to get home. They were assisted by the charging station that is in Libode, and that has since been a good story to tell. And we're continuing to hear good stories also now. A gentleman who's driving a Volvo from Cape Town, stays in the rural areas. He was assisted by the same charger in Libode. That man is from Tata. So there's good stories to tell about movement, the mobility within our province, which is what is making us happy with the infrastructure. But the most important thing, which a point we've made to the industry many times, because we went in first as government, we learned a lot of lessons which we hope when a discussion, Mr. Mloto, about infrastructure in the country is put on the table, we could be allowed to bring those experiences and lessons so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. It is not true that we spent 11 billion rands, chairperson, on this infrastructure. It was reported in IOL last year that Eastern Cape spent 11. It's not true. It's not 11 billion. It was 18 million rands spent for all 15 charging stations. So all of those lessons we want to be able to use as part of assisting the country as it develops itself towards the transition. The other thing we discovered as we were discussing a number of topical issues with the province is that the officials of government just did not understand what an EV is. We were stopped in Port Alfred by police officers. We were driving 9 EVs. I think because we had our hazards on. So they wanted to check the VIN number of the cars. Can you imagine what happened when they opened one of the cars we drove and they found no engine? It was very dramatic that day, and there were 9 of them. So it just clearly shows a lot of awareness is needed, just amongst ourselves to be able to understand. We were at the Department of Transport one time, top management meeting, including the HOD. We were presenting a green transport strategy and that the province needs to transition towards looking at green energy solutions, looking at EV buses and so on. After an hour and a half of presentation, one guy lifted his hand and said, where do you come from? Are you consultants coming to sell us EVs? Tina, we are busy with scholar transport issues. This is as basic as it goes. So you can never therefore expect that the provincial government would migrate towards looking at the future that is being discussed in this room if we are not doing the basics like the awareness campaign. So this map is merely trying to show you, Chairperson, that we're then embarking on a program to give people a 3-day awareness program. So we've done about 3 of them: Sarapatman, Amatole, and Buffalo City. And those are the participants. So the others are coming. We think it's important just to give the basics of what we are about. It's not moving now. It's moving here, but it's not moving there. Huh? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Oh, I must delay a bit. Okay. So this is the future skills I mentioned earlier on that we now realize it's pointless, Andrew, to graduate 2,500 students in the Eastern Cape every year with qualifications in engineering and no one can employ them. Our curriculums are wrong. We need to employ a huge effort in updating our curricula at school level so that whoever is trained at least is accustomed with what the future of the industry looks like. So at the moment, we have a partnership with NMU, we're giving bursaries. Their curricula seems to be maybe 70%, 80% there. So we're giving bursaries there. We just received funding from Mesita to start at WUSU and TVET colleges. But again, I think the priority for us, Chair, as opposed to giving bursaries to them, is to make sure the curricula talk to what the future of the industry looks like. So those are the numbers as we start this arrangement. Aftermarket. So in 2020, what year is this now? 2022, at SOPA, because the Premier was receiving a lot of complaints from panel beaters and auto body repairers that they were not getting work from government fleet. Remember the 300 million I mentioned earlier that provincial government spends. He says, Tabo, find us these panel beaters, assess them, and make sure they are plugged into the government fleet services maintenance program. So we found some, we assessed them. Most of them did not comply with just the basics. RMI was a big hindrance to them, a building, big hindrance. They were saying it costs money to do that. So we are embarking on a process now of making sure we address some of the issues they are battling with. And we know that we won't be able to do it on our own. But we need to start so that we can see how far we go as a province. So this is just the basics: hoists, diagnostic tools. People don't have things like that. It becomes then difficult to be part of what was then, is it the Net Bank, West Bank, RT46 program. They could not be onboarded because they could not comply. And being a rural province, there's lots of these panel beaters everywhere in our province. It is wrong for us not to support them where possible. And so we've started May 2025, and to date, we have assessed and funded about 38 of them, and the numbers are growing. But this is an opportunity for us to talk about where the parts come from, the discussions we must have as a country. How do we invest in a country such that we can create opportunities for parts manufacturing in the country, and so on and so forth. So this one is skills. The other issue, Chair, we met a young man in Grahamstown working with his father. He was 23 when we met him. He's been overhauling engines for the past 10 years. So he was 13 when he started. But the only engine he could overhaul, what is Uno? I don't know if Uno is still available. Unos, right? Surprisingly, we took this young man to testing, RPL, and he passed for some reason. I don't know how the test went, so I don't do that, but he passed. But when we assessed a lot of them have been in this business for X number of years, no education, nothing. Suddenly people acquire a Red Seal certificate. I did not know this, that the Red Seal certificate can open international market for you for a job. So these are opportunities we need to be able to give our people. This is why Fololo's function has become important. I must watch him. He needs to, I think he wants to take my job also. So those are the graduation pictures for some of the people we work with. Chair, I'm going to conclude, Chair, and I'm going to leave that slide on the board just to give an indication to the committee members of the work we've done with the World Bank to develop a provincial 10-year master plan for the Eastern Cape that is mainly in the main based on the SAM 2035 objectives and pillars, but also some nuances about how we wish to support the industry within the province. Chair, I must not forget this. All our efforts in assisting the existing OEMs, we work through the NAMSA structures, we work through the NACAM structures, we work through the networks of the industry. As I conclude, Chair, I need to raise three issues with you, just to emphasize one or two, but also to be very emphatic on some of the biggest challenges we face, which we might overlook. Crime and criminal activities, big issue, Chair. Recently, it's a practice now in Gqeberha. We've had CEOs of manufacturing companies being hijacked for ransom. There's no investor that's going to make a decision to be here if there's a threat on their lives. These are all own goals that we are scoring. We look like Bafana from old days. The second one, deteriorating municipal infrastructure. As we speak now, there has not been electricity in PE for the past 5 days. There is no investor, chairperson, who is going to stick around with the increased cost of business that is not of their doing. One gentleman was giving update on the pylons that fell in PE, and behind him were the actual pylons that fell. And you can see the rust in the pylons. So any small amount of wind would tip it over. And that now most of PE does not have electricity, does not have water. And that's not a good sign for investment promotion. Then the second last thing, is around funding. I think our province has gotten a rude awakening since we joined the AITC on the complexities of the auto sector and what they need to do to support the auto sector, other than just talking about helping the auto sector. So we have got a funding problem. I know DM Kodlimbi has got friends at National Treasury. They could fund us some funding to do some things to help the industry. One last thing, Chair. This is the last one. Chair, we are not taking advantage of the opportunity that we have as government to use our own government expenditure muscle to mitigate against some of the pressures the industry is facing. Why, Chair, are we still buying government fleet from companies that import them from everywhere else in the world other than us? Massive amount of money we could spend. That's the first thing. The second thing, Chair, we need to make a decision around being selfish about giving work to our SMEs in the panel beater space so that we can help them do more work. RMI can help them to comply. No one is worried about SMEs more than us. And at this stage where Honorable Trump and his friends are running amok and the whole globe is in trouble, we should be able to also talk about how do we use our own muscle as government to assist our people. Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shinman. We will now invite NOMSA so that we can have sufficient time to engage. Invite NOMSA to also give its presentation, and then we'll take it from there. Over to you, Mr. G.
Do you want me there, sir?
Yes. If you can kindly assist us and just switch off that mic. Ziyafana mhlekazi Xhofa. Believe very technology. Okay.
So, Chair, I must take this opportunity to thank the honorable members, and thank you to Chair, for receiving us. And I'm going to do a rundown of NUMSA demands. We know nothing else except to make demands. I have listened on many things that I could have understood them better, but many problems were raised, but they become as if it's things that we can live with. And in my view, we can't afford to be everything to everybody. For instance, as a union, we fully support BRICS, but we don't think that DTIC and government must be liberal in how it deal with the fact that our market is being eroded by China, by India, and in a way that we will not recover from. And then I don't see my very vibrant DTIC friend who spoke first. He was very tolerant of what we regard as a crisis. And in order to save time, Chair, I will read my input. NUMSA appreciates and thanks the Portfolio Committee for inviting NUMSA and to make a contribution in unpacking the challenges confronting the automotive industry and the impact of the Master Plan Vision 2035. We want to be honest and frank with the portfolio committee that for the past 3 decades, the manufacturing sector, if we're to talk about steel and engineering sector, where the automotive industry is among leading markets, accounting for as much as 22.6%, combined with the component value chain, we must be blunt and state that the manufacturing sector for the past 3 decades has been declining, and as a country, we have been deindustrializing. In 2008, about 14% of workers were employed in the manufacturing sector. By 2017, this share has declined to 11%. Whilst it can be stated that manufacturing has recovered post-COVID period and is hovering around 12%, the jobs that have been created are not quality jobs. We're talking about hamburger jobs that are not paying a living wage. South Africa has undergone rapid deindustrialization, with manufacturing declining from a peak of about 24% of the GDP 3 decades ago to about 12% today. It will take unprecedented political commitment, vibrant industrial policy that respond to the current challenges, single-minded determination among all stakeholders to turn around this dire situation of our people as a result confronted by poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Multiple factors have driven local deindustrialization, such as the electricity crisis, decaying infrastructure, uncoordinated policy, and poor implementation. Key to reindustrialization of the local economy is sustainability of the local metals and engineering sector, and for government, in particular Department of Trade and Industry, to implement critical strategic safeguard measures that are anchored on an industrial policy perspective. We should be frank with the portfolio committee that in the manufacturing sector, we are facing a job loss bloodbath across various sectors of the economy. The steel and engineering sector has been under siege for some time with the closure of Newcastle and Vereeniging long steel plant, where we lost more than 3,000 jobs. This is in addition to the 212,000 jobs that have been shed in this sector over 15 years. This is not just a jobs bloodbath, but a socio-economic catastrophe. We're facing plant closures in the tire sector, where we lost Bridgestone plant in PE or Gqeberha in 2019, and Goodyear plant last year in 2025. About 900 workers lost their job in such a situation. And the tire companies such as Continental Tires now, in 2026, has painted a bleak picture of market outlook in the tire sector. They have told us in no uncertain terms that they have a huge spare capacity, as their headcount for production is around 2.3 million tires per year. However, the production allocation to them by the mother plant has been assigned to South African plant is only 1.7 million tires. If they do not turn around this picture in 9 months, they will be forced to follow exactly what Goodyear situation was. Sumitomo in Ladysmith is also threatening retrenchment and is also facing a plant closure from Japan if they fail to work with us to turn around the picture. The severe job losses and ongoing contradiction in South African manufacturing sector require a decisive and coordinated state response centered on a robust infrastructure, state-led investment stimulus. Infrastructure is the single most powerful investment class for lifting South Africa's investment to GDP ratio from the current depressed level of 12 to 13% to 30% threshold required for sustained growth. Empirical evidence show that investment at this scale can support economic growth to 3.5% or more, while experience of Asian industrial economies with sustained investment to GDP ratio of 40 to 50%, demonstrate that growth rates of 6.5 to 7% are achievable. There is no structural reason why South Africa cannot replicate these dynamics. Critical, this infrastructure drive should be sequenced intelligently. The agent repair, refurbishment, and rebuilding of existing infrastructure across energy, electricity, water, logistics would itself constitute a powerful first phase of reindustrialization. This would immediately lower the cost of doing business by removing inefficiencies and punitive cost burdens imposed by failing infrastructure, thereby improving the investment climate as infrastructure reliability and economic competitiveness are restored. This will naturally crowd in further private and public capital into a second phase of large-scale expansionary infrastructure investment. In this way, a short-term, fast to implement and high-impact repair and rebuild program becomes the catalyst for a long-term mega-scale infrastructure and industrialization drive. Chair, I have to be opportunistic to make this glaring introduction about manufacturing sector because of how these sectors are interconnected to each other in terms of backward and forward linkages to the automotive sector. What then are the elements of the crisis are we faced with in the automotive industry? The entire automotive sector, original equipment, OEMs, and component manufacturers are under siege, facing a job loss bloodbath. The drivers of the crisis are multifaceted. The South Africa's industry is losing jobs and production due to an influx of imports facilitated by policy failures, yet we distract ourselves with debates about global transition from combustion engine to electric vehicles. As such, government through DTIC and the National Treasury with speed must take measures that position the industry to continue to be a destination for investment and be able to weather the current storms, including taking measures that protect the current capacity for manufacturing of cars, whether EVs or ICE, and ensure we grow the local demand for locally produced vehicles and components. The major national crisis facing the industry is the normalized, dangerous raiding and erosion of local market by a flood of imports, in particular from India and China. And this is worsened by open dumping of brands of cars by auto companies that are not manufacturing and establishing plants in South Africa. So if you're looking at that slides, this is what I'm saying has been normalized. Again, DTIC was explaining how whenever you drive now, you don't see our local manufactured assembled cars. And really that's the picture that is frightening, where wherever you go now, Chinese dealerships are inside malls. If you go anywhere in our cities, you find these new malls, these cars that are sold inside malls and so forth. And we are openly being raided, and you don't see a sense of agency. In fact, the response on the question that was raised was that we're not necessarily hostile to them, we don't treat them differently, and so forth. But at whose expense? And we think that at the expense of jobs, of people, one person who's got a job support 5 to 6 extended families. So our jobs are not for sale. To illustrate this point, the imbalance of imports into our local market, which must be addressed, is better explained by the fact that in 2018, both China and India imports were less than 1%. In 2025, both China and India import increased up to approximately 26%. This is not to say that automotive industry has not been resilient. It has been dynamic industry built on sweat and toil of automotive workers across 7 OEMs and countless component suppliers, These workers have consistently delivered the skilled labor that underpins this sector. We continue to salute their generation of workers who have built and sustained the industry. However, despite its resilience, the point we're making to the portfolio committee is that the automotive sector is now under siege from global structural changes that must be addressed from the perspective of our own sovereign realities. There is a need that government must appreciate that South Africa is neither US nor Europe. Sometimes you got a sense that we think that we are not a developing country. We are like any other country that has got a big economy and with a share size. It remains a developing country, South Africa, that must engage with developed world. And at the center of such engagement and interaction must be the interests of its people, whom as a result of deindustrialization are victims of triple crisis of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Because as a country, we fail to recognize a very strategic issue that manufacturing matters. What the country needs is a decisive decision by government led by DTIC, supported by economic cluster of government, to drive a vibrant industrial policy that must be anchored on ownership and control of our country's minerals, which must be beneficiated, moving away from old mineral extraction of our minerals, which purely focus on extraction of our minerals, but rather use these minerals through beneficiation to champion manufacturing and industrialization, and to take measures to protect existing sectors and to build new sectors in order to create the most needed jobs that are paying a living wage. When government, business, and NUMSA launched Master Plan 2035, there was a clear target that come 2035, we would have championed localization, such as with a target of 60%. However, judging by the fact that industry will not meet this target, the objective was to create jobs in the component supplier value chain. The glaring negative picture is that on average, localization has declined from 43% in 2013 to 39% in 2024. When by the Master Plan 2035 tragedy, local content should have reached 48.2. This represents an almost 50 billion loss opportunity in local procurement for components. As a result of this deepening crisis, the automotive industry has been bleeding jobs through retrenchments. We're sharing with the portfolio committee that in Mercedes-Benz, in 2024, we lost 700 jobs. And in the value chain, we lost about 3,000 jobs. Toyota South Africa, we had retrenchments and we lost about 1,000 jobs. And we pushed back to those retrenchments. We succeeded working with Toyota to take close to about 3,000, 4,000 workers who are being trained as we speak in Japan, who will come back more skilled and so forth. And I think that is Toyota where we lost those numbers. Despite the progressive suggestions we managed to secure in those retrenchment. In Ford, we closed the year dealing with retrenchment of about 400 workers. So if you lose jobs in the auto sector, in an OEM, there is a spiral that goes in the component value chain. There's a hot potato of a debate about Chery. We are going to be consulted next week. We have not been consulted. Nissan has been negotiating with Chery confidentially. We were only told last week that they want to consult with us. They've reached an agreement. They've already sold the company. The question is, what are we going to benefit out of this investment? We applaud any investment, but we are keen to understand whether Chery will be taking on board Nissan suppliers that have been there, that have employed people, whether our members are going to retain their jobs. And we know the story about bikes in PE, where I don't know how many announcements were made of this investment, that investment. But whenever we look to the site, we have no experience of a concrete manufacturing that is employing people, creating quality jobs, and so forth. So again, I think we must not be understood. We are not against BRICS. We are not against China. But if China companies are investing here, then they must actually do proper investment. They must embark on proper manufacturing. They must actually create jobs in the value chain, just like VW is doing, just like Mercedes-Benz is doing. We shouldn't ooh-ah about that. And we want DTIC to represent us effectively in those particular discussions. So the fundamental question is whether they will indeed retain our members, and we will sharply raise that when we meet them next week. As a result of these challenges, you can move on. As a result of these challenges in the automotive industry, the most suffering sector is the component supplier of the 7 OEMs, who are victims of short-time layoff, small, medium-sized firms. And whether there is a challenge, where there's a challenge or a drop in volume in an auto sector, the component suppliers cannot generate the value of what they would have planned of meeting the targets. We can report that in 2025, not less than 14 component companies have closed, and 4,500 skilled workers have lost their jobs. And data tells us last year that close to 700 more jobs were at risk to lose their jobs. Just yesterday, I was in Atlantis. We attended a Section 189 where there is a threat of a plant closure in a company called ZF, about 300 workers just next door. It's a company that supplies the auto industry with safety belts, with airbags, and steering wheels. And it's an issue where we're making a call that we should, in fact, we're making a call both to the 7 OEMs that we should be giving that company more work. We should not agree that it should close. We should do everything led by DTIC to make sure that it does not close. The emerging trend is that companies which close manufacturing plants in South Africa do so. However, they do not close their distribution network. This means that these companies close the plants and then import production, which is nothing less than dumping production in South Africa. This NUMSA strongly feels government must address. So Goodyear, for instance, closed the plant, retrenching about 900 workers, but it retained its distribution network. It means as we speak, Goodyear is importing tires, selling them into our own market, eroding job security of companies in the tire sector who have employed people in South Africa manufacturing tires. Given this national catastrophe of job bloodbath, NUMSA is demanding that government, including parliament, must put pressure even on DTIC to move swiftly and take the following measures. I don't know how to explain this, but there's an issue when you're dealing with job losses if government measures are moving at a snail's pace in addressing problems. Because if you move at a snail's pace, even if you will finally do the right thing, plants would have closed, and once a plant closes, it never gets to be reopened. You can go anywhere else in the world. If a plant is closed, it is closed. You will never have somebody resuscitate. We try now to reopen Goodyear. We did everything. But I can tell you, the people who created an impression, they have their own struggles. So it's not easy to start a plant and to sustain it. So I think the first call we're making is that something has to be done in making sure that DTIC move at a fast pace. In the face of Donald Trump, so we're making this demand, in the face of Donald Trump, president of USA, having imposed 30% tariff against South Africa, and the automotive industry being under siege from imports, and so many jobs already lost through retrenchment, it is our submission that it is about time that government led by DTIC must take stock of the value of trade that benefits South Africa, especially the automotive industry and other sectors between South Africa, India, and China, and take measures to protect South Africa's automotive sector. We have sharply raised the issue of cars from China and India and other brands that are destroying our local market. We therefore demand that DTIC, representing government, must quickly raise tariff to protect the automotive sector and enforce stricter homologation measures to protect the local automotive industry and the component supplier value chain. We are not arguing that we do not value the relationship between South Africa and BRICS as strategic, but the current imbalance on trade is not acceptable. Our simple view is that the relationship between BRICS countries must be mutually beneficial. It cannot be at the expense of job security of workers in South Africa. Simultaneously, given that DTIC and the industry is busy reviewing automotive production and development, APDP, DTI must ensure that this process of the review is expedited, and our honest view is that the social partners, which is labor, business, have made many suggestions to DTIC. We think that we are the ones who should be consulted so that we can fast track those particular changes. However, we noted that DTIC has decided to appoint a consultants to do the review. The position we're advancing is that if they choose to disregard and only engage the proposal of the industry, they want to consult, then it is important to state what we have advanced in the submission NUMSA made this past weekend to the presidency, that DTIC and to Parliament, which we have shared with the Portfolio Committee. We are demanding that the APDP review must not just be about procurement or engagement of consultants who is doing a review, but most importantly, the terms of reference for the consultants must be clear, and that such a report must be made public and be subject to scrutiny and discussion in the EOC, which is engaging with the implementation of the APDP. NUMSA demand that DTIC must raise tariffs, enforce homologation measures, and prevent brands who do not assemble locally from dumping vehicles. More than 65% of vehicles sold by these brands are imports, devastating the domestic market. To put all of this into perspective, in the year after COVID, 2022, that the total automotive sector had more than 116,000 employees. According to NAMSA and the OEM body representing imports and local assemblers, reported that OEMs employed more than 33,200 employees, yet at the end of 2025, local OEMs employed about 32,115, while the total sector is less than 110,000. So in 2025, double-digit vehicle sales growth. And I think this illustrates one point, that you have lost about so many jobs in 3 months, and then you record an increase in sales. It means those numbers of cars that appear to be huge number of cars that are being sold are not cars that are assembled and manufactured locally. So to deal with this crisis, the crisis we are faced with as a result of imported vehicles that have eroded and collapsed our domestic market, is indeed instructive. That government must increase tariffs and be decisive in doing so. It must go further and impose a volume quota on imported vehicles, especially against India, Chinese vehicles. And when such a quota is exhausted, a safeguard duty must come in, which must be above 50% in terms of WTO bound rate, which importers must pay. Given the fact that we are under siege as the industry from vehicles from China, there's a case to be made for such a safeguard measures to protect the auto sector, which has become so vulnerable. We believe this is legally allowed considering our jobs and the economic crisis. We demand that government must raise the duties on imported cars and parts, shut the loopholes that let companies get away with screwdriver SKD assemble, which is killing full-scale manufacturing. These SKD plants are bringing in kits at lower duties than fully built vehicles by classifying valuable components like engines as duty-free aftermarket imports. And government authorities are either ignoring the compliance, nor interested in resolving this problem. Yet the SKD assembled vehicles like bike, We know their cars are beautiful. Bikers got many beautiful cars. But you must know that as we speak, they add absolutely no value to jobs for South Africans. Mahindra and Tata are taking up huge percentage of vehicle sales that could have gone to domestic OEMs, assemblers. These SKD plants owners must be forced to use local auto components and contribute to our economy and job creation by adding value here. It is NUMSA's firm view that reviewal of the APDP laid by DTIC must ensure that the industry must commit to increase localization by 5% to 10% in the next 2 years. Even a 5% increase on localization would inject around 30 billion in economic opportunities into the component value chain, therefore creating jobs, helping to stem the massive job losses we are experiencing. This crisis demands an equal, decisive response from our state. No other country will defend South Africa industrial base on our behalf. Our turnaround time must be sharp, and our response must be bold, coordinated, and rooted in clear industrial strategy that secure both existing manufacturing capacity and future growth. And we must act on what we can be able to control and influence, especially in the face of a couple of existential crises that are decoupling the manufacturing base, such as geopolitical chemistry, which has been shaken by Trump tariffs and the threat to AGOA, the fact that the automotive sector itself is undergoing a rapid transition from ICE to EVs. Government must act decisively and with speed. NUMSA is of the view that both Parliament and DTIC out of this engagement about the crisis of job losses in the automotive sector, auto components and tire sector, and the steel engineering sector, with an intention to find agent interventions that should emerge with measures that must realize a quick turnaround from the current terrible bleak picture where the country is fast worsening deindustrialization. It is about time that we quickly realize that South Africa is not excluded from the current onslaught of renewed global protectionism within the imposition of punitive tariffs by the United States under President Donald Trump, coupled with effective erosion of trade benefits under AGOA and the European Union, looming carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM tariffs. We are of the view that government must engage the European Union to ensure that there's a delayed phase in for African industries and producers to CBAM, as this is going to lead to many jobs being lost from South Africa and the rest of the continent. On our side, we are engaging our sister unions in Europe within our global industrial global federation. Only by unlocking economic growth and creating decent jobs that pay a living wage can we restore purchasing power needed for people to buy cars, thereby boosting government revenues. In line with this, we're strongly advocating for rebating of the ad valorem tax by the National Treasury for vehicles sold by domestic producers to stimulate and to grow the domestic vehicles and electricity. So we're arguing that this thing of maybe it was good then to continue to have a very heavy tax to people who buy luxurious cars, but we want people as the auto industry to buy cars, and therefore cars must be affordable. This ad valorem tax basically creates problem, but we also don't want to incentivize imports. It must be the local cars that are assembled in South Africa that must be incentivized by revisiting ad valorem tax. However, this must be done linked to real conditionality and firm commitments around localization. It cannot be a case of adding incentives without extracting additional economic benefits, especially on the job front. Furthermore, as part of DTIC review of the APDP, government must address the abuse of credit certificate generated from vehicles exported and traded without restriction, practices that undermine the local market. That is not what the program was set up for. I don't know how to explain this, but if you go back to the MIDP when it was created, for every car you assemble in South Africa, you will generate rebates. You will use those rebates to offset duties to bring cars that are not assembled locally. And we had to change that over years. And in fact, OEMs would have been given targets to say you must produce so many volumes. But the bottom line is that the industry generates these credit certificates. And what we are seeing is that now they get to be sold, including to these importers of cars, which means we're shooting ourselves on the foot. So there's a need to tighten that and make sure that we use those certificates to actually drive manufacturing and take them away from just people just making money at the back of those credit certificates. So the APDP levers meant to strengthen local production have been hijacked, sold off to traders who flood our market with imported vehicles whilst the country exports jobs. This is why factories are closing and communities are suffering. We say the incentives must be locked into production. They must serve workers, not traders. The essence of what we are raising is that the APDP has been distorted. Rebate credit certificate intended to incentivize local component sourcing are being sold to importers, flooding the market with imported vehicles whilst exporting jobs. This abuse must be stopped immediately. Incentives must be locked into production and employment, not on short-term trading profits. What other suggestion we're making to protect the tire industry? NUMSA calls on government through DTIC to immediately protect the tire manufacturing sector against massive dumping from India, China of tires, and Cambodia. As was done decisively in the scrap metal sector, government through DTIC must ban the importation of tires into domestic market. It should also increase tariffs so that when the tire sector stabilizes and ban is lifted, there is an increase in levels of protection for local jobs and industry. So we're saying you're not going to deal with the crisis of tires at this rate. Bristol Firestone closed in 2019. Goodyear closed last year. I'm saying Continental is threatening retrenchment and plant closure. Sumitomo the same. Before we know, we will have no tire sector in this country. And we think that government must not look around, must be decisive, ban importation of tires. And I was speaking to Andrew last night. He was saying, but what are the volumes that go to our local manufacturers? I was saying, Andrew, my eyes are closed. Government must ban. Toyota must put tires that are manufactured locally in its cars. It must be a political decision that gets to be taken. By so doing, we will create jobs. And if there's a better suggestion, we should be told. But as things stand, we're seeing a dying industry in the tire sector. So we're saying this has become more important, urgent, in that over and above us having lost Goodyear, I think I've made this point. So the closure of Goodyear has already costed about 900 jobs, and we are going to be talking about numbers in Sumitomo and anywhere else. So NUMSA calls for the blanket ban of imported tires to South African market as per Section 6 of, so if somebody does not know, we're not saying, many people are going to say, how are you going to do that? We're saying it's possible that it can be done in terms of Section 6 of International Trade Agreement Act of 71 of 2002 on environmental and safety grounds. So this is a portfolio committee dealing with politics. So when anybody portfolio committee says, how can you do that? It can be done. The failure to implement the ban will be a repeat of what we've experienced in ITEC. ITEC has helped us in this sector. They increased the tariff, but there continues to be leakages of those tires that get to be dumped into our own market. The other demand we're making on this question is that government should consider amending Section 1 of Custom and Export Act 1964, specifically Chapter 98 of Section 22, defining of motor vehicle. We think we need these drastic measures, including the cars that are coming in. They must get tires from South Africa. They mustn't come here with full tires. The industry does not agree with me on this, but I'm happy. I'm speaking the truth. A tire is a tire. We got tires in South Africa. If a car comes, it must come without tires. We'll put tires that create jobs for our members here. So I think that demand is clear. But also I'm saying companies that are closing like ZF. I asked ZF, so you're closing ZF in Atlantis, destroying about 300 jobs. What are you going to do? Are you going to stop operating? They say, no, we will still supply. BMW will still supply MBSA and Ford. From what? They will import those steering wheels. And I'm saying the industry must unite. We can't afford this when our people are not having jobs. So we need to find a solution for ZF. So those are just two examples where we think we need to be decisive. We think it must be compulsory for foreign brands selling between 10 to 30,000 vehicles a year. Those ones must be forced that they must set up plants here, failing which they must not be allowed to dump tires into cars into South Africa. So if you're selling cars between 10 to 30,000, you must have a plant in South Africa. And your plant must have a component supplier value chain to create jobs. So we're saying it's a straightforward matter. We can't just say we're happy to see these many brands into our own local market. NUMSA demands on the implementation of localization. Well, the first thing we want to say is that the National Treasury helped us and came up with Procurement Act, but the National Treasury is not coming out with regulations that ensure that we can implement localization and create the necessary jobs. So we're saying, despite the National Treasury having passed Procurement Act, government has failed to publish regulation that would ensure that we use procurement as a lever to drive localization and designations in order to create the most needed jobs. And we want to make the following points on this very important strategic question on product and social and sectoral focus. On product, the Minister of DTIC is empowered in Section 20 of the Public Procurement Act to designate products for local procurement based on market intelligence, number of suppliers, capacity, price points, and so forth. NUMSA demand that government must initiate a public process to create and to arrive at these designations across all economic sectors, where the country has capacity to manufacture and to deliver. Designations will play a critical role to drive demand and to create jobs. This must happen urgently. The situation we're facing cannot afford a business as usual kind of an attitude. Well, the Minister of Finance has created an enabling framework in the Public Procurement Act by delegating designation authority to DTIC. It is incumbent upon DTIC to act proactively and immediately. This requires the urgent development of product designation list, the undertaking of detailed market and capacity assessment to establish where domestic productive capability and local content that exist, and for formulation of industrialization plans that will give economic substance to designation. These steps cannot wait until regulations are finalized. If the DTIC only begins this work after formal authority is triggered through the Act, South Africa risks losing valuable time, delaying implementation, and squandering the industrialization potential that designation is meant to unlock. Early preparation is therefore not an option. Is therefore not an optional. It is essential to ensure that procurement designation translate into real domestic production, investment, and job creation, rather than becoming a procedural exercise without economic impact. As a union, for instance, we firmly believe and demand that there should be 100% local content on government fleets. So too should there be 100% on water treatment chemicals used by water boards, steel electricity cables, valves, pumps, and transformers used by SOCs and municipalities. This will create jobs. In line with these demands, there must be a sectoral focus which is guided by Public Procurement Act, where an annual local content report is tabled by government at NETLEC from all government departments, where they will report how they have implemented the Public Procurement Act to drive localization. Such a report must be engaged and discussed by social partners to shape the necessary adjustment in the implementation of designation, a process which is similar to what the National Minimum Wage Commission does every year. In regulated sectors, all procurement must be local, with regulators instructed to use local prices as input costs and not imported good prices, except in cases where particular good is not made in South Africa in the tariff setting models. Even in recently announced reforms to logistic electricity, all players in these activities, whether private or public, must be compelled to comply with Public Procurement Act. This is important in its own right to prevent persistent view that private companies are more efficient than the state just because they are able to buy cheaper input via imports that are not open to SOEs. The leveling of the playing field must be made. In line with these demands, there must be a sectoral focus, which is guided by Public Procurement Act, where annual local content report is tabled. I think I've already made this one, my slide went back. The implementation of Public Procurement Act requires tailored capacity to oversee the implementation of the Act, to audit and monitor compliance. This capacity must have authority to sanction SOEs and departments that ignore its provision. Similarly, in the review of the APDP, we must get to the bottom of what are the reasons that have led to localization in the automotive sector declining from 43% in 2013 to 39% in 2024, when it should have gone up. Local content has declined instead of rising towards 50%. Every percentage point lost represents thousands of stolen jobs. Localization must be enforced as a non-negotiable condition, and companies must be held accountable for job destruction. And in the revival of the APDP, there must be decisive measures that are aimed at reversing this trend. In conclusion, few points. It is our submission that if government were to implement all of these measures, it must simultaneously impose moratorium on retrenchment. Faced with this job loss bloodbath, working with the UIF, DTIC need to develop, because it's not like workers are not losing jobs. Workers are losing jobs across all sectors. So we're saying there must be an intervention between UIF, DTIC, needs to develop an effective and nimble trade adjustment assistance program, a program similar to TELS, training layoff scheme that funds income support training, relocation, and other allowances for workers displaced from work due to trade reasons such as dumping, prohibitive tariffs, other measures adopted in key export markets. The US had a system of this sort since 1960s. Spain and China have recently introduced it as well. The infrastructure is already in the UIF. It is important that such program is able to quickly respond to any job emergency and trade development. Application for assistance cannot take months and months before we can realize taking workers to training. Training layoff schemes must provide workers with cutting-edge skill instead of consigning them to unemployment. This includes increasing the current 21,812 to 30,000, especially because it excludes skilled workers that are basically covered by the BCEA 200,000 threshold. Where companies intend to retrench employers, employers should top up by agreement and contribute additional support to ensure workers retain income security. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Comrade Jim. You say basically we must increase tariffs, proposing safeguards, raise duties, review APDP, increase localization, ensure that there is industrial policy, delay CBAM, do away with the Varolam tax, monitor the issue of the credit certificate, and incentives should be locked to workers in the main. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Commissioner Kawe, so that I can then allow members just to lay off because there's some work that is being done. I'm not sure that Commissioner Tipe will also want to come in if you may, so that we can then allow honorable members to engage with all the presentations that have been tabled. Over to you.
Enkosi kakhulu Sihlalo. Unobhala wabasebenzi bezinyithi nensimbi. Uhamba umgama omde. So I'll try and cover at least some of the things that he has raised, to the extent that they relate to some of the trade measures. Maybe the first comment, Chair, is that, and I think the presentation touched on this, that we have had experience in some of the automotive components of anti-dumping investigations that have often been like a game of whack-a-mole. So you put in place a dumping measure, as we did in the case of windscreens, and then you begin to see a change in the pattern of trade, taking the form of what is called country hopping, where the exporters shift from China to Malaysia. So you find the same firm might have a production base in Malaysia and begins to reroute their exports to South Africa and to the customs union via a new country. And we are busy with that. In November of last year, we issued preliminary findings in our investigation into windscreens that are used in the automotive sector, arising from this pattern of trade. That's the first. But similarly, I think Unobhala would be aware that we have also had in the tire industry anti-dumping measures that came into play in 2024, which as of May, we had issued a preliminary determination regarding the same kind of country hopping and a change in the pattern of trade. So you are seeing a similar development where some of the exporters in the countries we would have cited in the first investigation are beginning to reroute their exports into SACO of tires via other countries. We take the point, Chair, that some of these investigations take an inordinately long amount of time. And that arises from a few reasons. One is that these are very rules-based processes that are subject to review in the High Court at any stage of an investigation. And so in the process, determined as it would be by the anti-dumping agreement and other WTO measures, we are then expected to go through very onerous stages to get to some of our determinations. But I think it is fair comment around some of the turnaround times, and we take that. The second issue I want to comment on, Chair, regards the proposal around tariffs, and I think the point has been made even in earlier presentations, but suffice to say, as I said earlier, that there is policy space insofar as the general customs duty is concerned. On passenger vehicles, at Chapter 87, the bound rates under the WTO are at 50%. And as it relates to components, also in Chapter 87, the bound rates are at 30%. On passenger vehicles, we're at 25% currently. And in some of those component parts, depending on where it is coming from, it is 18% or 20%. So there is some policy space to maneuver. I think on the point of the safeguards, flowing from Deputy Minister Kodlimbi's earlier point, safeguards, unlike dumping, deal with volume effects. Dumping investigations look at price effects arising from people selling into South Africa at prices much lower than their origin markets. Whereas a safeguard measure, as the NUMSA presentation was suggesting, deals with volumes that are sudden, that give rise to serious injury in the domestic market. And of course, this is not just about an assertion, but has to be made on the balance of the evidence and the data put before the Commission. So I think these are instruments that we have, and I think some of the proposals are certainly in line with the work that we are already doing in our own interpretation. Similarly, on the ban that you raise regarding the tires, and I think Section 6 does grant the Minister considerable power in this regard, whether to place them under a permit system or any other form of restriction on the import side, on the back, of course, of a consultative process which would be required for that type of thing. Last comment on the Chapter 98 amendment. I think it's an interesting point that the NUMSA is making. We have seen it indeed, as the presentation says, in the Kenyan example, where the export of SKD kits from South Africa, there are certain restrictions on the ability to export those kits with certain components in them. The Kenyan government has said some of these are matters of industrial interest for us. And so as it relates to batteries or any other components, you can bring the kit from South Africa, but certainly that kit must come in without certain components where the Kenyans have identified those as components that they have some interest in wishing to produce in their country. So I think it's an interesting proposal. One would hope, Chair, just as a last comment, that as the internal review unfolds, that some of these detailed proposals made by NUMSA, NACAM, AITC, and NAMSA will probably come into the pot and into the mix of some of the things that have to be, in a very expeditious way, resolved. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Tippett, you want to comment maybe?
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to make just a few points, Chair. And one of them really relates to major activities that we are seeing, which in our view, particularly in the retail and dealership space, is showing this shift towards of imports. We've seen some of the larger dealership who ordinarily would have been dealing with OEMs who are local producers and are now shifting towards some of the larger imports and consolidation happening. And we've seen through some of those a large number of job losses that are encouraging that kind of shift as well. So that is the one of the areas that we're seeing there. Obviously, imports from a competition point of view means consumer choices and it means lower prices. However, we are seeing its impact on local production, and it's something that leads to job losses, and it's something I think the industry has said quite significantly that needs to be dealt with. From our point of view, I think in terms of some of the work that we're doing, we did want to say there are some of the elements of like exemptions, for example, through block exemption, export block exemptions that was recently published. There is the block exemption also on rail and ports that we think the industry could be looking into that to see how that could help them to deal with competitiveness, but also to deal with some of the decline that we are seeing. A lot of the work that we have been doing, though, through advocacy, Chair, has been in the aftermarket part of the automotive. And Chair, that started because of the significant number of complaints we were receiving before COVID, in fact, on complaints by panel beaters about their inclusion into the value chain. And we then, as the Commission went on to consultation with various sectors, both OEMs, retailers, and the bodies, the panel beater bodies and repair bodies themselves, and insurers, to see how we integrate some of the SMEs and HDP into the value chain of the aftermarket. That led to us publishing guidelines on the automotive aftermarket. We have subsequently, I think in 2023, 2024, did a survey to see what the response has been on the aftermarket guidelines. And the response has been quite good, but mainly on the OEMs, Chair. But there is still some of the complaints that we're seeing on the insurer side in terms of integration of these SMEs and HDP panel beaters and some of the repairers. So I think that's where there could be a lot of work that we still look into see that we are allowing for integration of SMEs and HDP into the value chain and in the aftermarket, automotive aftermarket Chair. Those are some of the few things that I wanted to add to. I don't know, Andy, if I've covered everything. Thank you so much, Chair.
Dr. Makube, is there anything you want to touch on?
Thanks, Chair. Just to add on some of the issues that have been raised by Nkokeli. One on the public procurement, we are in agreement with him. We are working with the National Treasury in finalizing the regulations. So our submission will be sent to Minister Kotongwan on the 29th. And we are hopeful that before the end of this financial year, the National Treasury then will be in a position to circulate the regulations for public comment. But also just to clarify that, there are procurement method issues that must still be clarified, and those are outside the ambit of the DTIC. For instance, when cars are serviced, mostly the tenders are not advertised for that. So a car will be taken to a service dealer or maintenance without going through a public procurement, depending on the value. And that is the case also for tires. You rarely see tenders being advertised for tires, and that creates a problem. So it calls for a broader consultation as to how do we close that leakage from a public procurement point of view. And broadly, when my appeal, working with the stakeholders, is that South Africa must develop a industrial strategy on rubber-based products. We don't have a strategy on that, and we are focusing for now on tires for passenger vehicles. So we need to then work on the strategy for rubber-based products, noting that we don't have natural rubber in the country, but I think there are methods if we then develop a strategy on how we are going to support industrial development in the sector, including tires for other components of vehicles, and tires for conveyor belts and so forth. So I think there is an opportunity in that regard. So in our presentation, Chair, we did indicate that we are working on some of the measures that Nkokeli is calling for. We are working on the localization policy proposals, and will be tabling those proposals for ministers' consideration, including the ad valorem review. Noting that it's a fiscal policy measure, we will then be, after tabling the proposals and working together with the industry, the Minister Dau, should be in the position to approach the National Treasury on the proposals. The other instrument which we are focusing on is the SCZ, given that there are incentives associated with the production, the SCZ. We are currently sitting with the request to extend the coverage of the SCZ. That, in our view, is going to have implications on the fiscal support. So we need to then look at the costs associated with the expansions of the SCZ, who is going to be covered, noting that it should not only support the OEMs, but it must also support components manufacturers. So we are considering that. And again, Chair, our view is that, and that is the directive also again from the minister, that we should not necessarily provide any support on the SKT. That is our position. But there are instances where we get requests, new OEMs are indicating that they cannot meet the threshold, and they have asking for consideration and some exemption requests over a period of time. It's a complex subject matter, but we will be engaging with the industry on if they where we have to make concessions, what type of concessions that need to be made. But whatever we do, we'll make sure that we don't necessarily undermine our objectives to increase localization in the industry. The economic problem that we are facing now is the importation of motor vehicles, the segments in which those cars are coming in. We take the point that they undermine localization because if they come imported in the country, we lose opportunities to supply components. Some are specified, not according to the requirements and the capacity to manufacture in the country. We are engaging in those issues. There are proposals on the table, and some will wait for the APDP review, but others we are going to present to the minister by February for his consideration. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I check if the colleagues from ITC are here? They would like to say something quickly, because at least your input, yes. That Mr. Balepile.
Thanks, Ntate, ke Balepile. Good afternoon, Chair, and very good afternoon to the other committee members as well. Chairperson, as Dr. Makube indicated, that with regards to the issue of SKD, fully supportive of consideration of the policy. However, policy decisions are left with them. However, with efforts to increase industrialization or localization, there are instances where you do get entities that want to start somewhere to build enough in terms of a market before entering the South African market, which could then allow for those companies to consider, setting up a plant in South Africa. And from our side, we have previously indicated that if those entities start by, with an SKD with a clear indication that they are intending to manufacture in South Africa, as well as being given a limited time frame for them to do such as that. And I believe that an engagement is needed with the industry with regards to saying, is that sufficient? Should we allow, some of those entities to start at a CKD before moving into full from SKD to CKD? But the country is clear that we in South Africa, it's only CKD that we are supporting at the moment. And so that's just our position. With regard, there was a question with regards to some of these OEMs that are already, at a smaller scale, starting with SKD, and some of those numbers might not be disruptive to the local OEMs that are already taking market share from our manufacturing OEMs. We also do give them a limited period of time within which we're saying they need to move into CKD manufacturing. As the SG indicated, that some of the entities that we have supported, like a Bike SA, that currently is supposed to be on CKD, the plant itself has been and is ready to move fully into CKD. And as per our last presentation to Parliament, we shared that we expect full manufacturing at the plant to commence in the first half of 2026. And as I indicated, that the plant is ready with that. Chairperson, we just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I will now open to the members to engage, and then we can then come up with a way forward. because it's just not a talk show. So we intend producing a report with clear recommendations in terms of some of the issues that are critical that have been raised by the industry and the unions, so that we can assist government to ensure that we play our part at the level of policy to enable this sector to be saved, because clearly there are a lot of things that are happening. The sector is undergoing very painful moment. So something has got to be done, and I think this is the right platform in Parliament. I will now want to open for members who want to engage with any of the presentations. Member Langa, you'll be first. Member Mdluli and Member Chance.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to you, Chair. I had greeted the interim chair before, Honorable Chance. So I think you highly deserve the greetings as well. Greetings again to the DTIC led by the DDG. I see both DMs have vacated. Don't quite remember getting an apology from them. Commissioners and all leaders and executives in the automotive industry. And special greetings to NUMSA GS, Ubabu Ivan Jim. Let me first welcome the presentations, actually all the presentations by NAMSA, NACAM, RMI, AI, TF, AITC, both Gauteng and Eastern Cape. And the most interesting one from the labor's perspective as well, by GS, by NUMSA. It's been a long, interesting day, Chair. And maybe one needs to mention this, that we as the legislatures are not fundis in this space, and this presentation enlightens us, in so many ways. And what's quite even more interesting is having both executives and the perspective of labor, because we kind of get the feel or kind of get the real picture of what is happening in the automotive space. And I'm saying the most interesting presentation to me was more by NUMSA. I'm not saying the other ones were not, but because we as legislators, we are more of representing what needs to work for our people. And in this particular case, it's more importantly jobs for our people. So it cannot be then in our hands that the industry collapses at our hands while we are here, whilst there's something we can do. Chair, maybe before I go into my questions, of which I don't think I will go through all of them because there's quite a bit. I was worried because I saw some of the leaders. I think they had issues with time, I think traveling, I'm not sure. Okay, no, it's fine then. Because I was to propose that maybe like we usually do with other entities, maybe we will write questions and then they will respond in writing. It's been a long day, Chair, and the room is not working in our favor in terms of temperatures as well. You can see all the executives' jackets are off now. My first batch of questions will be to NAMSA. While the exports to Europe continue to grow, exports to Africa have declined significantly as a share of total exports. And how does NAMSA assess the risk of over-reliance on Europe, especially given the tightening NEV regulations? And what concrete actions are being taken to unlock African and other diversification markets in line with some 2035 targets? Also, in the presentation, the data shows a sustained decline in the CKD volumes and a shift towards SKD and CPU imports, with significant job losses implied. Does NAMSA support a structured phase out of SKD? And what specific APTP phase 2 adjustments are required to restore CKD competitiveness and protect employment? To some questions I'm posing, colleagues, some have been covered, but not extensively. So if maybe in response, there could be further elaboration. Entry-level vehicle prices have tripled over 20 years, while the ad valorem duty curve has remained unchanged. What reforms does NAMSA propose to restructure the ad valorem system to improve affordability without undermining fiscal revenues or local production incentives? And the last one for NAMSA will be, NAMSA highlights policy uncertainty as a major risk to NEV investment and model allocation. Then what are the minimum policy signals and legislative commitments required from the government, maybe in the next 2 years or 12 to 24 months, to prevent South Africa from losing future NEV production allocations to competing automotive hubs? And then to AIDC, despite more than a decade of policy focus, local content remains below the 60% target, with only 10% left to achieve the goal. What specific enforcement mechanisms, timelines, and penalties for non-compliance does AIDC recommend to remove localization beyond voluntary or incentive-based measures? And how will these be operationalized without deterring investment? Also, AIDC proposes declaring automotive suppliers parks as special economic zones to enhance investment attractiveness. Then the question will be, what evidence exists that current industrial parks have failed to crowd the insufficient Tier 2 and Tier 3 suppliers? And how will SEZ designation materially change outcomes in terms of localization depth, cost competitiveness, and supply sustainability? Number 3, given rising trade protectionism, AGOA uncertainty, and China's dominance in the global automotive production and pricing, how does the AIDC propose South Africa strategically differentiate itself in global value chains, particularly in EVs and components, rather than competing on cost alone? Then the last one will be, AIDC recommends amending state vehicle procurement policies to favor local manufactured vehicles using total cost of ownership and localization impact. Then what binding policy changes are required across national, provincial, and municipal procurement systems, and how will compliance be monitored to prevent continued leakage towards imports? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Mduli.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions. The first group is to NAMCAM. The second one is to, sorry, the first one is to NAMSA. The second one is NAMCAM, and the third one is NUMSA. So I'll just get straight to the point. I'll start with NAMSA. So in your presentation, you say that Europe now accounts for 68% of SA vehicle exports, while Africa has declined from 17% in 2010 to 7% in 2024. I would like to know what concrete failures, be it in policy, be it in logistics, trade diplomacy, or pricing, explain Africa's underperformance despite the AfCFTA and regional integration rhetoric. The second question to NAMSA is, given South Africa's growing dependence on Europe, how exposed is the sector to EU carbon border measures, NEV regulations, and future rules of origin tightening? The other one that I have for NAMSA is that NAMSA calls for a principle-led coordinated execution mechanism across the government. I would like to know which departments are currently the biggest blockers, that's in your opinion, and what government failure is preventing coordination. The last question to NAMSA is, so you guys repeatedly cite ports, rail inefficiencies, and energy insecurity as binding constraints. Can you quantify the cost penalty per vehicle attributable to Transnet and Eskom failures? I'll now move on to NAMCAM. I have two questions for them. So NAMCAM argues that SAM35 has failed across all KPIs, in some cases performing below the 2015 baseline. At what point should we as Parliament conclude that this is not an implementation problem, but a design failure of the master plan itself? The second question to NAMCAM is, you show a sharp rise in Chinese and Indian imports, largely as CBUs and SKDs. Why has APDP2 failed to introduce CKD localizations from these new market entrants, despite their growing market share? I'll be now moving on to NUMSA. I have two questions for NUMSA as well. So in the presentation, Mr. Jim, you cite deindustrialization over 3 decades. To what extent do you attribute this decline to domestic policy failures versus global structural changes? And what should we, how should we as parliamentarians realistically distinguish between the two when designing interventions? The second one is, you propose higher tariffs and even quotas on imports from China and India. Have you conducted or commissioned a WTO compliance risk assessment, particularly regarding safeguard duties above bound rates? Thanks.
Member Chance.
Well, thank you, Chair. Well, first I want to congratulate my colleagues on their excellent questions. I think they're going to be testing these people quite a lot with their answers. But anyway, it's a pity the deputy ministers aren't here, because the first question really is aimed at them. But maybe I could aim it at the department. I know it's difficult because it's sort of partially a political question. You can't answer political questions. But have you noticed any shift in the way in which the department or the ministry has taken these issues seriously compared to the previous administration? Is there a sense that the momentum to get these answers coming quickly is accelerating or not? And I asked the question because during the tea break, I was talking to some people and they say, you know, they're very good at listening, but they don't do anything, referring to you and your colleagues and maybe, you know, the ministers as well. So clearly what has happened since 2021 is that there's been a total change in the motor industry. The motor trade globally has been turned upside down. That's a fact. But it seems that, you know, the regulatory environment is like a, you know, it's like a snail. It's not getting anywhere. So there's a huge urgency. And I sort of get the sense that you're sort of too scared to really make a decision whether you're interventionist or whether you're market driven. Talking about Mr. Jim's comments, are you really a liberal government or are you an interventionist government? I don't know that you're necessarily able to. You haven't made that decision yet. I mean, is it an either or? So, to what extent are you able to nuance the answers to that question? And as regards everything from the ad valorem to including the retail trade in the ADPD, which clearly there's allegations that is not included. So, how long is it going to take for the review to be completed? Is my first question. Then some more specific questions. What do you think is holding back? And I'm looking at our NOMSA colleagues here. What is holding back the entry of Black suppliers? What is holding back the development of the local industry? And one thing that hasn't been mentioned, as far as I can recall today, was the Black Industrialist Program. I would have thought that the Black Industrialist Program would have been a mechanism for bringing the Black suppliers on board, and maybe it has, but it hasn't been mentioned as far as I'm aware. And then aimed at NAMSA as well, you talked about a 4-year investment timeline, and that window is narrowing significantly. When do you think the window will be narrowed to the extent that it's going to be too late to make these policy decisions? When is the deadline ultimately? Is there a hard deadline beyond which you can't invest anymore in your plant? And I'm thinking in particular of the EV and hybrid policy, which doesn't exist, really. The 2030 and 2035 deadlines imposed by the UK and the European markets, 85% of our export markets, are looming very, very rapidly, and yet we don't have a strategy for electric vehicles and energy efficient vehicles. So I'd like to get your views on that. In terms of the RMI, it hasn't been mentioned here, but one of the things that we've been looking at is the license plate industry. Appears to have a real problem with rogue manufacturers, which is causing significant problems in terms of road safety and road maintenance, or at least maintenance of law on the roads. And has that been something which you are aware of? We're in discussions with this SABS and the Department of Transport around rogue license plate manufacturers that are producing sub-quality license plates. Then what are the main compliance elements that are most detrimental to getting your small business, your SMEs to become more competitive? You talked a lot about compliance, Mr. Mabusela, and I'd just like to get an idea of what that actually boils down to. Then, as regards the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, Mr. Salamani, you were talking about funding alone is not enough, and the implementation, the focus must be on implementation, not creating new structures. But now we have a situation where the DTIC is introducing the Transformation Fund, which is a new structure apparently modeled on your very own fund. So how do you feel about the idea that the department is going to be, as it were, taking your money and putting it into another fund run by the NEF? How does that make you feel? Would you rather hang on to that money? And what about the other factors that are going to make it an effective fund? I hear that the launch that was planned for next week has been postponed for the second time. Maybe they haven't got all the answers to that question. A couple more questions. The Gauteng Automotive Industry Development Center, I didn't see any numbers. How much is the Gauteng government spending on this program? And what is the value for money that we're getting from that, that they are getting from that? And then final question for Mr. Jim. You're very passionate about localization. How do you force localization? how do you actually force it? Because ultimately you have to have entrepreneurs that are prepared to risk their capital, to invest in infrastructure and machines and factories. But, you know, okay, you want to put up tariffs to make it more cost effective for them to do that. But ultimately you have to have the business owners who are willing to risk their capital to do that. How are you intending to achieve that by demanding that localization becomes the overarching policy? And then will this lead to increased car sales? That's another question, is what is that going to have? What impact is that going to have on raising the number of cars sold in the market, which will then obviously impact the aftermarket? It seems to me that your focus is too much on the manufacturing side of things and not on the total value chain and the impact that your policies will have on A, prices, and B, on demand for the products. Thank you.
Can I check with the colleagues on the line if they would like to comment? Honorable Gama. Honorable Gikaba.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I will await the next round.
Okay. Honorable Gikaba. Okay, we'll see if there is a next round. So there are these questions that have been posed by our members, and there is also some clarification that has been given by our officials with regard to some of the issues that are being raised. What I wanted to talk to was some proposals that are being put on the table with regard to the network industries and you know, and what we think needs to happen to try and ensure that we can lessen some of the challenges that have been raised by our colleagues here. So I'm not sure whether the different organization would like to just comment on this, then I'll conclude with some of the proposals that are on the table, and so that we can then have a better way forward. Yes, Mr. Jim.
But the gentleman is gone. Yeah, so I was meant to comment on the question about the extent which our country is deindustrialized. And I was to make a point that there are a couple of reasons why we have deindustrialized over the past 3 decades. I think that the adoption of the macroeconomic framework GEAR in 1996 has been at the center of how we have deindustrialized, because it would have liberalized trade, it would have removed exchange control, allowing the money we desperately needed to be invested in productive sectors of the economy to leave the country both legally and illegally. And I think that what has also happened is that in the advent of globalization, which argued that the state has no business in business, we must allow the market to lead development. Consciously or unconsciously, we hollowed out the role of the state in the economy. And of course, as a union, we advocate a state that is intervening in the economy, a state that does not get to be arrested by austerity measures. We need a state that drives an expansionary budget. And I think that it was not a mistake that the Nationalist Party regime or government built ESCOM, and it built, it used to be ISCO ArcelorMittal today, and that through ESCOM we were able to deliver a competitive electricity tariff to power the economy and to power our communities, and that the industry had access to this competitive electricity tariff. And the point really we're making is that we didn't prioritize and drive manufacturing. Our SOEs, they were meant to play a very strategic role where they must play a catalyst role in the economy to drive development. And I'm not raising localization out of an ideological context. And I'm saying if you're driving manufacturing, you will be interested that for every rand a municipality spent, for every rand an SOE spent, which is money that is taken from rates and services of the people, because we're supposed to be paying rates and services to generate revenue and so forth. Surely that money must be deployed back in growing the economy. And the point we're making is that manufacturing matters because there is no other way you will be able to address and to drive manufacturing in our view. This country is rich with all sorts of minerals. And we're arguing that you must take ownership and control of those minerals and move away from what we have understood to be minerals, energy, and finance complex economy, which was just extracting our minerals without beneficiating them, without using them to drive manufacturing and industrialization and to build new sectors and to take measures to actually protect the current capacity of manufacturing while simultaneously building new sectors. So we of the view that that's what is needed to be done. I mean, a simple example, if you take smelters, China does not have chrome ore, but it has got more than 10 smelters at the back of our chrome ore. Our own smelters that could be flourishing, that could be generating a lot of value and to create more jobs are currently mothballed because we have lost a competitive advantage on the electricity tariff. And in some countries, they sit down, they look at strategic minerals, they take a conscious decision that we will ban exportation of these minerals. If anybody want to invest on them, you must come and set up companies here and create jobs here, and they get to be beneficiated and to create jobs. So I was just talking about manufacturing as to how we have lost in the past 3 decades so many jobs. We're in a very terrible shape. And if we are to do that, we need a couple of interventions. And one of them is a state that intervene by a stimulus package and ensure that indeed it must basically restart the economy, stimulate economic growth, and of course, continue to call on business to play its role. I think over the years, there's also been an investment strike where those who are supposed to be, the private sector supposed to invest, they have not been investing in the economy. But it's going to take the state to basically lead that particular development. So I'm speaking broadly because I think the questions were not necessarily that specific, Chair.
Thank you very much. Namsa?
Thanks very much. And I would like to reflect on the comment made by the Honourable Trace that that the questions are very good questions and some quite detailed questions. So one suggestion made by Honourable Member Langa is that we give a written response, and I think that worked very well during your visit to us at the Roslyn plant at BMW. And I'd like to offer from NAMSA at least that we do give you a written response on some of the questions because they were quite detailed. However, just high level, the Africa-EU question, I think there's a number of aspects that influence the shift in share between export countries. Economic cycles, for example, which products are produced locally, are they suited to the market, whether it's EU or Africa. But the other thing that's very important is we have a very clear trade agreement with the EU, whereas the African Free Trade Agreement is still in somewhat of its infancy. We've just agreed the rules of origin, which are the key basis to start trade within Africa. Plus, intra-African logistics still have a long way to go before they really work. We've tried shifting vehicles and parts within Africa. It's a lot more effort than it is shifting them from Europe straight to Africa. So I think there's still a lot of work to do, but these levers are most certainly required, because that's how we're going to de-risk our export business as the EU shifts toward EVs and so on. And I think the question is, are we not too dependent on the EU? We certainly are too dependent on the EU. And working in Africa with a free trade agreement certainly has to be our plan over the next time to de-risk our export volume. But I think we can provide a bit more information on the facts around that question. Then the entry of Black entrepreneurs in our value chain. I think this is something we've worked very hard on over the last years together with the AITF specifically, but also within other measures like supply development. And I think we've made progress, and your detailed charts, Mr. Silamani, can show the progress made. Is it enough? Most certainly not enough as yet. And what would really give that drive momentum is a growth market where the economies of scale obviously give more opportunities for localization, bringing in more manufacturers, as you mentioned, for localization. And something that we discuss in great detail with the NCOP colleagues, of course, is deepening localization. So not tier one, but tier 2 and tier 3 localization, because often your tier 1 supplier is a multinational. But your second and third tier suppliers can often be a local entrepreneur providing parts to the tier 1 or the tier 2 supplier. And that's where we've got to get better here in South Africa and work harder together. And I think there NAMSA and NARCAM are working together with the AITF to make that a reality. The final question that is a very interesting one was the 4-year investment timeline mentioned. Now, the challenge is we can't give you a date because we all have different cycles. The latest, probably from my perspective, is 2030. If we haven't got something in place by then, it's the latest for any of us to react. However, it depends on your model cycle. If I look at our company, for example, for me, 2030 would be too late because then I wouldn't catch the next model cycle, which is relevant within the decade from 2032 to 2039, which is exactly where the shift is required. So I think now is already critical timeline for us to have clarity on the shift to NEVs, because some of our colleagues, and I'm sure they can also add to it, are already missing decisions right now for new products for the South African market. Andrew, do you want to just touch on the detailed questions we had on the recommendations that we need?
Certainly, thank you. Well, Mr. Makanga, you did ask about the SKD to CBU duty and what structural support would be required. So I just want to emphasize that an investment into a CKD operation is in the billions, thousands of people employed, huge economic value in the value chain. An investment in SKD is tens of millions, 10 people, 20 people, no real value. So we are still very concerned that there be any sort of latitude to considering business cases for SKD. Doesn't seem to make sense that you would willingly sacrifice jobs because an incumbent wants a roadmap towards establishing scale to build a CKD operation, because during that phase-in period, you are costing the economy from an economic point of view and you're costing jobs. So we fully support that direction. The question then was, well, how do we increase the competitiveness of CKD? And our very pragmatic proposals are small incremental changes as opposed to a very big substantive change, because everything that
if you can speak closer to your mic so that we can all hear.
Excuse me, sorry. Because everything that we do within the auto sector always has relates to so many different levers. So our proposal, as was mentioned, to allow the rebating of ad valorem for CKD manufacturers using the excess rebates, modify the APDP program to provide more benefit for vehicles that are produced locally and sold locally, That would give us a benefit, and then clarify the NEV policy. That would certainly help us to invest, or at least gain support from our parent companies to be able to invest in new energy vehicles that could sustain our volume and compete against the imports. In terms of ad valorem, we are proposing that the ad valorem calculation is recalculated, that the starting price point is moved from 200,000 to 400,000. We should not be taxing as a luxury vehicle an entry-level 200,000 rand vehicle, that the curve be re-looked at. We're open to increasing the top, but we really know that it's very important to create affordable access to market. We have done some modeling and believe overall that this would be fiscally neutral, because the fiscus would benefit from the increased VAT, increased import duty for all of the other vehicles that would be impacted by it. So those are the two comments. I think the other question that came up was around rail, port, and energy. What are the binding constraints and what are the costs of these? And I'm going to ask my colleagues to answer that in some detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And Honourable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Members, thank you for the question. So with regards to the logistics costs that the automotive industry is faced with, I think it's very important for us just to sketch a little bit of context, which is that it is very important that whilst you see the 5 CEOs from the different OEMs sitting here today representing the auto industry, our competition is actually not specifically with each other when it comes to pitches that we make for investment decisions that come to South Africa, but it is actually very much against sister plants that we have within all of our individual organizations globally. Some of our strongest competition in some of our instances has actually come from Thailand facilities, and there it was really an exercise of benchmarking our costs to produce vehicles and get them to market, to the global markets that we've been talking about today in a very cost competitive basis. So when it comes to logistics costs, it is very important that we look at this as a South Africa incorporated approach, and we're looking for the most efficient approach in terms of moving vehicles from the point of manufacturing to the customer markets. I will cite some examples from a Ford Motor Company perspective. We have to move vehicles that we produce at our facility in Silverton to Durban Port to then export to Europe, which is our largest customer market. When we are quoted rates, Transnet to move vehicles by rail quotes us a cost of 2,200 Rand per vehicle. That can take anything between 3 to 10 days if there are no derailments and sabotage on the lines, which happens on a regular basis, or electricity cables being stolen. When we look at road freight, we are quoted anything between 1,400 and 1,800 Rand per vehicle, with a guaranteed turnaround time of 48 hours to get a vehicle from Pretoria to Durban Port to be loaded on vessels. The reason why that becomes absolutely critical is because we have shipping schedules that we have to meet and bookings that we have with shipping lines based on the number of spots that we have on those vehicles. Those vessels have very limited dwell time. If I look at the quoted increases from TFR that came through in 25 and 26 timeframe, TFR were quoting us an increase rate of 5.5%, and that was relative to a CPI, which is held relatively consistent at 3.1%. And in the case of TPT, which is our port operators, the quoted rate for an equalized rate between Port Elizabeth and Durban was a quote of 5.5%, also against an inflation rate of 3.1%. In the prior year, we were looking at increases in the order of 6.2%. For the 24 to 25 period. In the 23 to 24 period, the increases for TFR were of the order of 14.4% in terms of increases. These are all costs that come through onto the individual vehicles that we manufacture and then are ultimately into the unit price when we are selling these vehicles onto our European plants, and absolutely essential that we remain competitive against plants like Thailand, which at present do not have a free trade agreement, but are lobbying very hard to get a free trade agreement with Europe. So it is absolutely critical that we're looking at these costs on an ongoing basis. But certainly it is laughable that South Africa has a rail freight charge that is in excess of a road freight charge, which is the exact opposite of any other location around the world, showing the uncompetitiveness that we're facing. Last comment is Project Ukuvuselela has been in discussion since early 2020. We are sitting in 2026 and we still do not have an implementation date. And the last date, and my colleagues to my left can probably verify this as well, the dates are currently sitting in the order of 2028 before we would see any opportunity in terms of using the Southern Corridor between Gauteng and the Eastern Cape in terms of moving vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nakem?
So
if there's
there's still a set of questions that are yet to be answered by NAMSA.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think piggybacking on what Neil has just spoken to around what is the actual cost to production when systems fail. We have an aggregated picture for when we had load shedding at level 6 in the country for all OEMs. And I can confirm that at that time, we were losing an estimation of 12,000 cars per 6 months. And in terms of deferred investment, which is investment into things such as diesel for your generator so that you could keep production up, the industry was investing in the region of about 110 million. And in terms of operational expenses that have got to do with the fact that now that you've got load shedding, you've got to do triple shifts to make up for production to meet your targets, that increased as a 6 months average at about 160 million. So that answers that question directly around what is the impact on deferred cost. The other question was, what would be the impact of CBAM on the automotive industry in South Africa? So we know that the EU published in December, this past December, future info docs on CBAM implementation. And we know that from 2028, it will now include lower streams, lower valuation streams for aluminum products and steel products. Those aluminum and steel products will affect our component manufacturers, components that are manufactured locally into the EU. So that would have inflationary pressure on components that are aluminum based and steel based that form part of the vehicles that we now export into the EU. So it's another looming red flag for the amount of volumes we could push in the EU direction. Chair, I'm running through these questions in my head now. The third question asked was around what are the policy gaps and policy challenges that affect the African market and why are we not growing in that particular direction? I think there are four things we need to reflect on. One, we are perhaps the only country in the region that outright does not support the importation of second-hand vehicles. But even countries that are in our region like Namibia, for instance, and Botswana and so forth, they do import these vehicles. Now, the existence and how do you evaluate value in a market where a new vehicle exists with 90% of vehicles that are second-hand imports? It's hard for you to then have that asset fully valued in that particular market for you to appreciate the value of your investment. And so as a result, even when you've got a reserve bank with interest rates that's able to support the procurement of that vehicle through a vehicle finance, it's not necessarily a practice that that bank would support by virtue of that car existing in the market with these second-hand vehicles. And so the biggest reform that we now need to move into as a region is how do we slow down the importation of second-hand vehicle and how do we make sure that end-of-life vehicle policies become a reality in the region. I think there is some level of levers and influence we could have from an ITEF point of view for being a desk that also represents most of the SACU branches around effectively how we slow down second-hand imports. But it's a conversation we will have with the commissioner during a rugby game sometime in the future. Then the other question, Chair, that we need to understand with the African market is other African markets are also trying to determine their own sovereignty around how well they produce. And so, for instance, the same volumes of vehicles that we send into the United States are equal to the same volume of vehicles that we are sending to, say, a country like Algeria. And in order for us to reopen those trade negotiations, for us to send fully built units to Algeria, Algeria should also believe that their own sovereignty and capability to produce vehicles will be reciprocated by movement to South Africa. And so now, with a lot of bilaterals that we are getting into through the DTIC and through the ministry, that is the biggest pushback. How do you enable industrial development in my market by virtue of supporting what I'm doing in order for me to open my market for what you're producing. And so there's a lot of bilaterals that are half open, and we now have to figure out a way to close those particular trade arrangements by creating those opportunities for mutual benefit and by enabling industrialization into those markets. Now, the other question that was asked around ad valorem tax, and I think it's an example that will create a hypothetical in all our minds before we leave, just to appreciate what is required. If you are a farmer and you're using a medium-sized truck, that truck is viewed effectively as a commercial vehicle, so it cannot attract a luxury tax. But if you are a farmer doing the same thing that that commercial vehicle is achieving, that medium-sized truck, but now you're using a single-ton bakkie, that attracts ad valorem tax. So because in the LCV segment, we do not have that exception that is created for those particular trucks. So now you end up with a system that could be producing more and an economy that could be thriving with that slight discount if we consider that single-ton to be a commercial vehicle. And so the adjustment of the ad valorem tax is not a conversation just based on tax practices. It's also a broader countercyclic investment in the economy, in that it will enable business to thrive. It will enable farmers to get their products of production cheaper. And it's universally applied, meaning that both importers and local producers will benefit from it. And so I think it's a caveat that needs to be applied as to how do we recorrect the fiscal imbalance on the treasury side should this particular ad valorem be removed. I think the spin-offs in terms of making commercial vehicles available for the productive class of the economy is quite a meaningful spin-off, and it's something worth considering. The BIS question is an important one. The previous administration had a BIS conference, and the automotive sector had on that particular stage about 20 beneficiaries. So these are beneficiaries that were both part of the AITF, part of the government's Black Industrialist Fund scheme, and they were also part of our supply chain. And our OEMs joined them with former Minister Patel on stage. So a lot of our beneficiaries are finding it easy to also qualify for BIS funding by virtue of being contracted to our sector. And so the Black industrialist interventions that the sector is doing is quite substantial. And so perhaps not reflecting on it was based on just the limited time that we could present it. I think we've covered most, Chair. Thank you.
Nakam.
Thank you. Chair, thank you. Thanks, honourable members, for the questions. Some of them are interrelated and linked to questions that have already been touched on by some of the previous speakers who've answered. I will ask that we also, like the colleagues at NOMS, make use of the opportunity for written submissions, particularly on the questions around are we at a stage of design failure, and what are some of the ways we can address the proliferation of SKD and CBU imports. So we would like to follow up with that. But let me try and answer high level. There was a point that NOCAM had advanced the argument that the policy was failing or the master plan was failing. It's just purely a reflection on the numbers. The data is telling us that we haven't moved and at times regressed to what base year metrics were. So for us, that's clearly lack of progress, no progress. I do think it is a case of design failure. So we're of the view that right now there are definitely elements of the program and the APDP that do need to be addressed. And in the main, that is the differentiation between the different incentives for rebating duty. You've got effectively the assembly incentive, or VALA, and the production incentive, the PI. We feel as if we need to relook at how those interact with each other. And I think I've made the point earlier, the issue of generating all of these credits and then trading them with importers is, in our view, very clearly related to the proliferation of CBU imports, particularly in those segments that the local OEMs are not supplying. All that happened is the OEMs saw the business model from being able to export a high volume platform trade certificates, and those that wanted to supply segments that were not being produced by the OEMs in South Africa made use of those credits to progressively eat into the market, and that's why we sit at a more than 65% import penetration. I do also want to touch a bit on the question around localization and what that means, the number of entrepreneurs needed, and what it'll do for car sales. I know it was directed at NUMSA, but I do think there's a slight distinction in the term localization in the autos context versus other sectors. Localization is effectively a function of buying components, and components are required to assemble a vehicle. You can't assemble 99% of a vehicle. So whether it's procured locally or whether it's imported, it's going to happen. It's going to come from somewhere. And at the moment, we've got a situation where the program is not resulting or forcing outcomes that make greater use of locally produced or manufactured components. Part of that reason is linked to what I spoke about earlier. The production incentive is not receiving the same level of value in OEM business models to the extent where even when companies are saying, for example, the example of LifeTech that Comrade Jim was talking about, when they say we're going to close here in South Africa and we're going to supply you our OEM customers from somewhere else in Europe, that OEM customer, if it really valued the localization incentive, would have said, you're going nowhere. You're not closing your plant. We need you here. Our incentive is being impacted by you, and we can't afford for you to go anywhere. That's the power of an OEM purchasing contract. Unfortunately, the program is not resulting in those outcomes. So to come back, I think localization is an really interesting or important driver of what we as South Africans extract from the autos program that's being funded. An interesting point, we spent a lot of time in the past year trying to work out what happens if we lose the US as an autos market. Let me start by saying I agree with the colleagues who said it is a crucial export market. We should do everything we can to try and continue to supply that market. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago, total vehicles and components exported into the US were probably around 27 billion. 5% move in the localization rate in South Africa, meaning components bought in South Africa, is modeled to about 30 billion. So you could replace the entire vehicle and component exports going to the US by just moving us from 39 to 44% local content, which is below what we have as a target right now. And I mean, the consumer purchasing power that comes from the number of jobs created in the manufacturing value base or value chain should give some sense of where you can create new consumers for the kind of products that are produced here. And then just to answer, where are the entrepreneurs? Where are you going to be able to localize these components? It's not specifically a case of having to have new entrants for every single component. The South African manufacturing value chain is a really deep, diverse, long history of manufacturing, but also significant multinational involvement. So the idea that it has to be a new entrepreneur, it's not completely the case in autos. You've got global suppliers who could fill the gap, who could produce new components, and again, you indicate towards stronger localization policies, as the department has spoken about coming up in the review. You give the signal for new entrants and create the space for more people for the AITF and the supporting agencies to support. I don't believe South Africa's problem is a funding problem to bringing new entrants into the auto sector. It's the creation of opportunity, and localization is at the heart of that. But yeah, I think those covers what we were asked. We will support or with a supplementary submission.
RMI.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps first let me deal with the compliance question. And same as the other colleagues that have spoken, I think written response would be more comprehensive. But just to give a practical example, back in the day when I was an engineer and you had to do work for the likes of Cecil, you had to submit a safety file that was this big. The same is true for a small business in the automotive aftermarket, that you have to have copious amounts of documentation. It's not to say that health and safety is not important, but that the resources and the ability and the time to do so is quite difficult because you don't have an entire department of people behind you doing that. Firefighting certificates. Every year you have to test your hoist and have certificates for that. Every year you have to do all sorts of compliance, let's call it rigmarole, in order just to remain compliant. And that takes you away from the business of doing business. Another practical example, I guess, is Morocco has got, as an example, a one-stop shop to open your business. South Africa doesn't. One-stop shop for everything, whether that's registering a company, whether that's tax, whether that is zoning, if you want to construct, all of those things. And I think on a practical level, those types of things would dramatically reduce the amount of effort and red tape required by small businesses and will allow more entrance into the sector, as well as allow for those who are operating informally to become formal. Let's make it easy for them. Let's make it WhatsApp based, whatever it is that we can do on a practical level to assist. On the question of license plates, not necessarily our purview or area of expertise, but we have had several engagements with the Department of Transport on the matter, as well as with Gauteng government as well. I think the issue is, one, these licenses have to have a certain standard which exists within SANS, but the enforcement is quite lacking. And the enforcement isn't from private sector, it's actually from public sector. And I think that's where the challenges lie. But once again, we're happy to give a written submission as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I know there wasn't much on the transformation fund, but if you want to comment.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will also be happy to supplement with the written submission. The automotive sector is very proud that its benchmark and model has inspired the creation of a transformation fund. I think it would be valuable if we had more industry-led transformation fund across various sectors instead. The sector has also expressed itself regarding retaining its primary sector mechanism on transformation using the already created Automotive Industry Transformation Fund. And we have shared the same with the DTIC. So we wish to reiterate that position that the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund remains the primary sector mechanism for the sector to facilitate in transformation. I did speak about funding is not enough, because I think when you have a sector-led initiative such as this, you have a coordinated execution which assists in the delivery. For example, the 84 beneficiaries that we have supported have benefited from access to market to the value of 14 billion. So at the core of our business, Black industrialist is what we focus on. Our minimum criteria is 51% Black-owned entities. For every 1 rand invested to these companies, they've gained back 11 rand worth of access to market. They are sitting today, as I said, with 14 billion worth of contract, long-term related, and the program is only halfway. So I think the coordinated process with all the stakeholders, industry leading its own transformation agenda, underpinned quite strongly by the link to the SAM master plan, I think helps, because we are all relying on the industry transformation pillar within the same master plan, which seeks to increase the gross value add by Black-owned entities to 25% by 2035. So I think for us, that is very, very, very important. So Black industrialist, I think, sits center to the core of what we try and deliver from this toolbox created by the sector called the AITF. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ida Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of questions that came through. The first one was on our proposal on enforceable localization. What we remember that is that earlier on, and Neil was talking about the comparison between South Africa and Thailand, Now, Thailand has a very aggressive support package for OEMs and components manufacturers that are in the auto industry, and hence they are relatively cheaper compared to South Africa. However, what is different with them is that they've got a period where they say, for example, if you invest, we give you these tax breaks, we give you these incentives, we give you these breaks on things like rates and taxes. However, we give you 5 years to achieve X number in terms of X percentage in terms of localization. If you don't achieve it, they've got the option of actually making you retrospectively pay back that money or the benefit that you've achieved. And the likelihood of that happening is very, very rare, according to the study that was done. So most investors end up actually achieving those localization targets. So we feel that although we've got a good through the APDP and other instruments policies, but they are more incentive based as opposed to enforceable. So we'll be happy to share a copy of the study. There was a company called BMA that did a study on this, on a comparison between ourselves and the Thai government and what packages have been put together. There was a question about because we are proposing to the DTIC to give or to award the SEZ status to the automotive supply park in Roslyn. Now, the question was, what has been successes been, or have there been any successes on industrial parks? We are an industrial park that was set up in 2001, and so we're not an SEZ. But we've been very successful as operating as we are now. I mean, we are sitting at an occupancy rate of over 95%. So, our tenants are very happy with our service, and they're staying with us for the long haul. But our value proposition as an industrial park has been that our proximity to the OEM. So we provide just in time and just in sequence to BMW and to Ford. And so that on its own, it's one big logistics advantage. Two is the services that we provide. We've got an on-site canteen, we've got an on-site clinic, we've got facilities that our tenants use. We run the IT infrastructure. We've got fiber in the whole premises. So we've been selling ourselves with the values that we add. Either one, for the ease of doing business, but two, also to reducing costs, manufacturing costs for our tenants or investors. However, in order to attract new tenants, as I mentioned earlier, we've got about 100 hectares of land which we want to develop. We've found that most new suppliers would want to benefit because an SEZ has more benefits than we have as an industrial park. So it's an added benefit that we will have if we become an industrial, especially economic zone. And the other problem that we have is that we're a Schedule 3C company under the PFMA, which means that we cannot raise funding. And we also don't have any access to funding, whereas the SEZs have, unlike TAZES, which is an SEZ, which is in our region, it has access to funding from national government, which we don't have access to. So it's important for us to become an SEZ in that context. There was another question that asked, how much does the GP government or the Gauteng government spend on us? We're very proud to say that we are only 25% dependent on grant business or on grant funding, which means that 75% of our income we generate ourselves. And most of them, that's 25%, we use it mainly for developmental projects, like our township hub projects, our incubation and so forth. So we are one of the few government-owned entities that is very close to self-sustainability. We're confident that with the first phase of the 100 hectares development that we've just finished a feasibility study of, will reach 100% sustainability, financial sustainability, within the first three factories that we can build there. So we're very close to sustainability, which is a very unique story for most SOEs. With regards to the public procurement policy that we are proposing, we're saying that we don't have the details on this yet, but what we know is that government is the biggest fleet owner in the country. If you add, just in the Gauteng government or in the Gauteng region, if you add the national departments that are sitting there, the local governments, the metros that are in Gauteng, and the provincial government, G Fleet has over 7,500 vehicles in their fleet. Now, the problem with G Fleet, and I'm going to use G Fleet as an example, most of their sedans are Suzuki's. And Suzuki's, as you've seen with Mr. Jim presented, is a fully imported vehicle from India. And yet we spend government money to buy those while we've got Ford in our backyard. And we've got VW in Korea or in Utenek. So what we are saying is that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that it makes sense to support the locally made vehicles. And that business case can be made very easily. And so we would like to influence, as I said, we don't have any written recommendations yet in detail, but we will be happy to work with the industry to develop some kind of submission to talk a little bit more onto this. Thank you very much.
Eastern Cape.
I should have started with me, Chair, so it's taken all my points now. Chair, can I re-emphasize this matter of government procurement? With the litany of challenges we are all facing, what are the short-term gains and what do we have control of as government? This is probably one of them. To promote vehicles produced locally or by local OEMs. So if a submission has to come, we'll be happy to help. Because for the past 2 years now, I've been trying to convince my own province, but I sense a lot of reluctance. I think that people are tied up in the transversal contracts. So your supply chain and treasuries don't want to move out. It's convenient to have this thing procured somewhere and brought to you. One day, the premier complained that his protectors drive better cars than him, for instance. But also, these cars are rugged. They are terribly killed by the rural areas. These Q3s and Q5s or whatever. So within the whole government handbook, I'm sure we could design a product for local procurement. That's the one. The second thing would then go also to maintenance of the fleet, not only just of the politicians. You're sitting on 7,000 vehicles. We have 4,600 vehicles. You can compute the numbers in all provinces, just provinces. Then you go to metros, then you go to, so the numbers are astronomical. But the muscle is with us. And we're not using that to try and mitigate as much as possible on some of the pressures we might have. So if the call is for us to put a submission, maybe we should, and for a change, let's do that. The one other thing I wanted to address, Chair, there was a question about what's holding black suppliers from coming into the value chain. So the question might be, what's holding an SMME from doing a business? It's access to market. If I have a panel beater shop and I'm not fixing vehicles, I would not have a business. All the vehicles that are exported by OEMs have got clients in Europe. It's access to market. So how much market do we have control of as a government? And how can we use that as a leverage to promote local production and localization? The last point, which Andile made also, the last time I checked, Mr. Mlota, the industrial parks did not enjoy the same incentives as SZ, right? So we don't have We don't have an industrial park as Eastern Cape AIDC, but we've got quite a number of them, which are dilapidating as we speak. In some of the parks, you'll find churches coming up. Sorry, Settle, no offense. No offense to him. He's a pastor, so I have to register. You find churches, you find bottle stores. Next to it, there's a component supplier or a business. It's a very funny arrangement. It's first, it's whoever comes first gets. So we need to start to relook at how we package the attractiveness of being an industrial park. But in extension, we also did a comparison between the IDZ, SZ with Morocco. They were established around the same time. But in the IDZ, there's only 40 clients since 2005. Morocco, since 2005, is sitting with 110 clients. So we were talking about what are the offerings that we offer? Are they relevant to what investors need? And this discussion seems to be going slowly also. And if we want to bring in localization, we need to give a reason to investors to come in. So I really would like us to also propose, Chair, let's relook at this whole issue about incentives that are offered in the ITZ. Are they still relevant 2026 like they were in 1995 or 2005? And see how we can amend or review that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I see that Member Gama, you are ready with the last questions. Honorable Gama on the line.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
Very clear.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to all of the presenters today. My intervention is really just around the NACAM. I've taken cognizance of the presentation and to also see that for all intents and purposes, the baseline of 2015 is currently not being breached, although at some point there was some progress that was being made, but as we stand, everything now seems to be going back because of the deindustrialization. I wonder, and I think maybe in your written submissions, if you can go into some detail in terms of the APDP and in as far as the assembly incentives as well as the production incentive. And also to indicate whether we should not be looking at progressively producing more sophisticated and more high value components in the country going forward, and what is the likelihood that we could address certain maybe structural policy issues around the incentive itself in a manner and way in which the DTIC could enforce localization. But also my sense is that local content, we should be looking at upwards of 55% to 60% going forward and link that to the production incentive. But if you could maybe just have a look at that and look at what are the kinds of more high value components that could be manufactured locally, such as car engines or radiators or transmitters, whatever it is that could be there. Because my sense is that there could be a structural policy deficiency where DTIC could probably intervene more than they currently they currently do. And then secondly, I want to understand whether is there market cost philosophy that South African components probably cannot reach, other than maybe just the anti or the dumping issues that we currently face that were dealt with earlier also by Commissioner Cloud. So if we could look at some of those. And then in terms of the current landscape, are there any local champions in the component sector of the automotive industry? And how do those rank in global terms? What are the key characteristics that they face or that they possess, and whether they could be improved if we do have local champions in this space? And then if we look at the African continental free trade agreements, I wonder if there is a case for identifying regional or country-specific competitive and comparative advantages that we face and which can assist us from a scale perspective going forward as we relook at some of the markets and especially in the context of what is currently happening with the US market and other new markets that should be identified going forward. So for me, Chair, thank you very much. Those were just some of the issues that one was looking at, but also bearing in mind that a country that produces chrome, iron ore, mines manganese, there ought to be raw material beneficiation opportunities. And with the current ESCOM issues seemingly being attended to, that there could be
Are you still there?
better beneficiation and smelter optimization that could take place. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I think as the way forward, we should request that maybe in the next 5 days, we get those written comprehensive responses from all the industry bodies. And then if there are some recommendations that you would like to persuade the committee, because we will interact with this report before it's finalized and we take it to the main house. If you could have some firm recommendations about areas that we've discussed today, and then we will obviously test those with our technical staff just to make sure that everything that we do and propose it's above the law. Secondly, there are a lot of cross-cutting issues from National Treasury, Department of Transport, DTIC, and so forth, that we'll also have to deal with and isolate and ensure that we are picking them up and we make firm proposals in some of the areas. And we will consider both the input by labor as well as the input from the industry associations to counterbalance the issues that we're looking at. And I think one of the firm proposal that is coming up now is that there's an agreement both from labor and industry association about the role of procurement by the state. So we need to make firm proposals that we can be ensured that as an oversight body we can follow up, because it's reasonable enough what has been raised, and I think the argument that has been raised here is quite a sharp argument. There are also a lot of geopolitical issues that have been raised, which we'll also pick up in our discussions and look at the impact. If you can just help us highlight some of the impact on your side, so that when we argue, at least we are scientific on our side. And we intend taking this report urgently to Parliament with recommendations. So it means that there will be a draft report which will be produced for the discussion by the portfolio committee. We'll schedule a a day where we can discuss those with recommendations. And at the point of doing that, we'd like to make sure that we have had all the inputs from yourselves, just in ensuring that we can do some work in terms of protecting this industry. There are some proposals which I hope that as the cabinet Lekgotla rises, those will actually assist us a great deal in ensuring that we move this industry forward. We have had our own engagement where we've analyzed the economic environment in South Africa, and some firm proposals have been made just to ensure that the network industries, the auto sector, steel sector, and all those that are vulnerable, something has got to be done about those issues. But we don't want to move ahead of our time. We're hoping that our colleagues in our organization will be able to advance very firmly some of the proposals that are going to augur very well with the work that we've been doing today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every member who have contributed. I know that it took long. Meetings like these are important on an annual basis for us to ensure that we touch base, but also we deal with some of the complex issues that are facing the industry. And I think that I'm happy that we were able to deliberate, and we'll also equally ask our commissioners who are here to really help us with some of the work that is already underway, so that we can then be able to identify things that are going to be done in the short to medium, as well as issues that are of long term. Because the common thing that we have here is to save the industry, and is to save jobs, and is to ensure that there is economic growth in South Africa. With those few words, I would like to thank each and every participant, and sorry for taking long, but it is we've saved 40 minutes. We're supposed to be done by 5 o'clock, but we are here now. Thank you very much. The meeting is officially adjourned.
Recording stopped.